Chapter 21. The Tale of the Three Brothers. Harry turned to look at Ron and Hermione. Neither of them seemed to have understood what Xenophilius had said either. The Deathly Hallows? That's right, said Xenophilius. You haven't heard of them? I'm not surprised. Very, very few wizards believe. Witness that knuckle-headed young man at your brother's wedding. He nodded at Ron, who attacked me for sporting the symbol of a well-known dark wizard. Such ignorance. There is nothing dark about the Hallows. At least, not in that crude sense. One simply uses the symbol to reveal oneself to other believers, in the hope that they might help one with the quest. He stirred several lumps of sugar into his gurdy root infusion and drank some. I'm sorry, said Harry. I still don't really understand. To be polite, he took a sip from his cup too and almost gagged. The stuff was quite disgusting, as though someone had liquidized bogey-flavored every flavor beans. Well, you see, believers seek the Deathly Hallows, said Xenophilius, smacking his lips in apparent appreciation of the gurdy root infusion. But what are the Deathly Hallows? Asked Hermione. Xenophilius set aside his empty teacup. I assume that you are all familiar with the tale of the three brothers? Harry said no, but Ron and Hermione both said yes. Xenophilius nodded gravely. Well, Mr. Potter. The whole thing starts with the tale of the three brothers. I have a copy somewhere. He glanced vaguely around the room at the piles of parchment and books, but Hermione said, I've got a copy. Mr. Lovegood, I've got it right here. She pulled out the Tales of Beedle the Bard from the small beaded bag. The original? Inquired Xenophilius sharply, and when she nodded, he said, Well then, why don't you read it aloud? Much the best way to make sure we all understand. All right, said Hermione nervously. She opened the book, and Harry saw that the symbol they were investigating headed the top of the page, as she gave a little cough and began to read. There were once three brothers who were travelling along a lonely, winding road at twilight. Midnight, our mum always told us, said Ron, who had stretched out arms behind his head to listen. Hermione shot him a look of annoyance. Sorry, I just think it's a bit spookier if it's midnight. Yeah, because we really need a bit more fear in our lives, said Harry, before he could stop himself. Xenophilius did not seem to be paying much attention, but was staring out of the window at the sky. Go on, Hermione. In time, the brothers reached a river too deep to wade through and too dangerous to swim across. However, these brothers were learned in magical arts, and so they simply waved their wands and made a bridge appear across the treacherous water. They were halfway across it when they found their path blocked by a hooded figure. And Death spoke to them. Sorry, interjected Harry, but Death spoke to them? It's a fairy tale, Harry. Right. Sorry, go on. And Death spoke to them. He was angry that he had been cheated out of 3 new victims, for travellers usually drowned in the river. But Death was cunning. He pretended to congratulate the 3 brothers upon their magic, and said that each had earned a prize for having been clever enough to evade him. So the oldest brother, who was a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence. A wand that must always win duels for its owner. A wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. So Death crossed to an elder tree on the banks of the river, fashioned a wand from the branch that hung there, and gave it to the oldest brother. Then the second brother, who was an arrogant man, decided that he wanted to humiliate Death still further, and asked for the power to recall others from death. So Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to the second brother, and told him that the stone would have the power to bring back the dead. And then Death asked the third and youngest brother what he would like. The youngest brother was the humblest and also the wisest of the brothers, and he did not trust death. So he asked for something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by death. And death, most unwillingly, handed over his own cloak of invisibility. "Death's got an invisibility cloak?" Harry interrupted again. "So he can sneak up on people," said Ron. "Sometimes he gets bored of running at them, flapping his arms and shrieking. Sorry, Hermione." Then Death stood aside and allowed the three brothers to continue on their way, and they did so, talking with wonder of the adventure they had had, and admiring Death's gifts. In due course, the brothers separated, each for his own destination. The first brother travelled on for a week or more, and reaching a distant village, sought out a fellow wizard with whom he had a quarrel. Naturally, with the Elder Wand as his weapon, he could not fail to win the duel that followed, leaving his enemy dead upon the floor. The eldest brother proceeded to an inn, where he boasted loudly of the powerful wand he had snatched from Death himself, and how it made him invincible. That very night, another wizard crept upon the oldest brother as he lay, wine-sodden upon his bed. The thief took the wand, and, for good measure, slit the oldest brother's throat. And so Death took the first brother for his own. Meanwhile, the second brother journeyed to his own home, where he lived alone. Here he took out the stone that had the power to recall the dead, and turned it thrice in his hand. To his amazement and his delight, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry before her untimely death appeared at once before him. Yet she was sad and cold, separated from him as by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there, and suffered. Finally, the second brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, killed himself so as to truly join her. And so Death took the second brother for his own. But though Death searched for the third brother for many years, he was never able to find him. It was only when he had attained a great age that the youngest brother finally took off the cloak of invisibility and gave it to his son. And then he greeted Death as an old friend, and went with him gladly. And equals, they departed this life. Hermione closed the book. It was a moment or two before Xenophilius seemed to realize that she had stopped reading. Then he withdrew his gaze from the window and said, "Well, there you are." "Sorry?" said Hermione, sounding confused. "Those are the Deathly Hallows," said Xenophilius. He picked up a quill from a packed table at his elbow and pulled a torn piece of parchment from between more books. "The Elder Wand," he said, and he drew a straight vertical line upon the parchment. "The Resurrection Stone," he said, and he added a circle on top of the line. "The Cloak of Invisibility," he finished, enclosing both line and circle in a triangle to make the symbols so that intrigued Hermione. "Together," he said, "the Deathly Hallows." "But there's no mention of the words Deathly Hallows in the story," said Hermione. "Well, of course not," said Xenophilius, maddeningly smug. "That is a children's tale, told to amuse rather than to instruct. Those of us who understand these matters, however, recognize that the ancient story refers to three objects, or hallows, which, if united, will make the possessor master of death." There was a short silence in which Xenophilius glanced out of the window. Already the sun was low in the sky. "Luna ought to have enough plimpies soon," he said quietly. "When you say master of death," said Ron. "Master?" said Xenophilius, wearing an airy hand. "Conqueror? Vanquisher? Whichever term you prefer." "But then, do you mean," said Hermione slowly, and Harry could tell that she was trying to keep any trace of skepticism out of her voice, "that you believe these objects, these hallows, actually exist?" Xenophilius raised his eyebrows again. "Well, of course." "But," said Hermione, and Harry could hear restraint starting to crack, "Mr. Lovegood, how can you possibly believe?" "Luna has told me all about you, young lady," said Xenophilius. "You are, I gather, not unintelligent, but painfully limited. Narrow, close-minded. Perhaps you ought to try on the hat, Hermione, said Ron, nodding towards the ludicrous headdress. His voice shook with the strain of not laughing. Mr. Lovegood, Hermione began again, we all know that there are such things as invisibility cloaks. They are rare, but they exist. But the third hallow is a true cloak of invisibility, Miss Granger. I mean to say, it is not a travelling cloak imbued with a disillusionment charm, or carrying a bedazzling hex, or else woven from demiguise hair, which will hide one initially, but fade with the years until it turns opaque. We are talking about a cloak that really and truly renders the wearer completely invisible, and endures internally, giving constant and impenetrable concealment, no matter what spells are cast at it. How many cloaks have you ever seen like that, Miss Granger? Hermione opened her mouth to answer, then closed it again, looking more confused than ever. She, Harry, and Ron glanced at one another, and Harry knew they were all thinking the same thing. It so happened that a cloak exactly like the one Xenophilius had just described was in the room with them at that very moment. Exactly, said Xenophilius, as if he had defeated them all in reasoned argument. None of you have ever seen such a thing. The possessor would be immeasurably rich, would he not? He glanced out of the window again. The sky was now tinged with the faintest trace of pink. All right, said Hermione, disconcerted. Say the cloak existed. What about the stone, Mr. Lovegood? The thing you call the resurrection stone? What of it? Well, how can that be real? Prove that it is not, said Xenophilius. Hermione looked outraged. I'm sorry, but that's completely ridiculous. How can I possibly prove it doesn't exist? Do you expect me to get hold of all the pebbles in the world and test them? I mean, you could claim that anything's real if the only basis for believing in it is that nobody's proved it doesn't exist. Yes, you could, says Xenophilius. I am glad to see that you're opening your mind a little. So, the Elder Wand, said Harry quickly, before Hermione could retort. You think that exists too? Oh, well, in that case, there is endless evidence, says Xenophilius. The Elder Wand is the hallow that is most easily traced, because of the way in which it passes from hand to hand. Which is what? Asked Harry. Which is that the possessor of the wand must capture it from its previous owner, if he is truly to be master of it. Says Xenophilius. Surely you have heard of the way the wand came to Egbert the Egregious, after his slaughter of Emmerich the Evil? Of how Goldilocks died in his own cellar after his son Harry Ward took the wand from him? Of the dreadful Loxias, who took the wand from Barnabas Deverell, whom he had killed? The bloody trail of the Elder Wand is splattered across the pages of wizarding history. Harry glanced at Hermione. She was frowning at Xenophilius, but she did not contradict him. So, where do you think the Elder Wand is now? Asked Ron. Alas, who knows, said Xenophilius, as he gazed out of the window. Who knows where the Elder Wand lies hidden? The trail goes cold with Arcus and Livius. Who can say which of them really defeated Loxias, and which took the wand? And who can say who may have defeated them? History, alas, does not tell us. There was a pause. Finally, Hermione asked stiffly, Mr. Lovegood, does the Peverell family have anything to do with the Deathly Hallows? Xenophilius looked taken aback as something shifted in Harry's memory, but he could not locate it. Peverell, where he had heard that name before. But you have been misleading me, young woman, said Xenophilius, now sitting up much straighter in his chair and goggling at Hermione. I thought you were new to the Hallows quest. Many of us questers believe that the Peverells have everything. Everything to do with the Hallows. Who are the Peverils? Asked Ron. That was the name on the grave with the mark on it, in Codric's Hollow, said Hermione, still watching Xenophilius. Ignotus Peveril. Exactly, said Xenophilius, his forefinger raised pedantically. The sign of the Deathly Hallows on Ignotus's grave is conclusive proof. Of what? Asked Ron. Why, that the three brothers in the story were actually the three Peveril brothers. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus. That they were the original owners of the Hallows. With another glance at the window, he got to his feet, picked up the tray, and headed for the spiral staircase. You will stay for dinner, he called, as he vanished downstairs again. Everybody always requests our recipe for the freshwater plimpy soup. Probably to show the poisoning department at St. Mungo's, said Ron under his breath. Harry waited until they could hear Xenophilius moving about in the kitchen downstairs before speaking. What do you think? He asked Hermione. Oh, Harry, she said warily, it's a pile of utter rubbish. This can't be what the sign really means. This must just be his weird take on it. What a waste of time. I suppose this is the man who brought us Grumblehorn Snorkax, said Ron. You don't believe it either? Harry asked him. Nah, that story's just one of those things you tell kids to teach them lessons, isn't it? Don't go looking for trouble. Don't pick fights. Don't go messing around with stuff that's best left alone. Just keep your head down, mind your own business, and you'll be okay. Come to think of it, Ron added. Maybe that story's why Elder Wands are supposed to be unlucky. What are you talking about? One of those superstitions, isn't it? May-born witches will marry muggles. Jinxed by twilight, undone by midnight. Wand of Elder, never prosper. You must have heard of them. My mum's full of them. Harry and I were raised by muggles, Hermione reminded him. We were taught different superstitions. She sighed deeply as a rather pungent smell drifted up from the kitchen. The one good thing about her exasperation with Xenophilius was that it seemed to have made her forget that she was annoyed with Ron. I think you're right, she told him. It's just a morality tale. It's obvious which gift was best. Which one you choose? The three of them spoke at the same time. Hermione said, the cloak. Ron said, the wand. And Harry said, the stone. They looked at each other, half surprised, half amused. You're supposed to say the cloak, Ron told Hermione. But you wouldn't need to be invisible if you had the wand. An unbeatable wand. Hermione, come on! We've already got an invisibility cloak, said Harry. And it's helped us rather a lot, in case you hadn't noticed, said Hermione. Whereas the wand would be bound to attract trouble. Only if you shouted about it, argued Ron. Only if you were prat enough to go dancing around, waving it over your head and singing, I've got an unbeatable wand, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. As long as you keep your trap shut. Yes, but could you keep your trap shut? Said Hermione, looking sceptical. You know, the only true thing he said to us was that there have been stories about extra powerful wands for hundreds of years. There have? Asked Harry. Hermione looked exasperated. The expression was so endearingly familiar that Harry and Ron grinned at each other. The Death Stick. The Wand of Destiny. They crop up under different names through the centuries. Usually in the possession of some dark wizard who's boasting about them. Professor Binns mentioned some of them, but... oh, it's all nonsense. Wands are only as powerful as the wizards who use them. Some wizards just like to boast that theirs are bigger and better than other people's. But how do you know, said Harry, that those wands, the Death Stick and the Wand of Destiny, aren't the same wands surfacing over the centuries under different names? What, and they're already the Elder Wand made by death? Said Ron. Harry laughed. The strange idea that had occurred to him was, after all, ridiculous. His wand, he reminded himself, had been of holly, not elder, and that it had been made by Ollivander. Whatever it had done that night, Voldemort had pursued him across the skies, and if it had been unbeatable, how could it have been broken? So why would you take the stone? Ron asked him. Well, if you could bring people back, we could have Sirius, Mad Eye, Dumbledore, my parents. Neither Ron nor Hermione smiled. But according to Beedle the Bard, they wouldn't want to come back, would they? Said Harry, thinking about the tale they had just heard. I don't suppose there have been loads of other stories about a stone that can raise the dead, have there? He asked Hermione. No, she replied sadly. I don't think anyone except Mr. Lovegood could kid themselves it's possible. Beedle probably took the idea from the Philosopher's Stone, you know. Instead of a stone to make you immortal, a stone to reverse death. The smell from the kitchen was getting stronger. It was something like burning underpants. Harry wondered whether it would be possible to eat enough of whatever Xenophilius was cooking to spare his feelings. What about the cloak, though? Said Ron slowly. Don't you realise he's right? I've got so used to Harry's cloak and how good it is, I never stopped to think. I've never heard of one like Harry's. It's infallible. We've never been spotted under it. Of course not. We're invisible when we're under it, Ron. But all the stuff he said about other cloaks, they're not exactly can nut, you know. It's true. It's never occurred to me before. But I've heard stuff about charms wearing off cloaks when they get old, or them being ripped apart by spells so they've got holes in. Harry's was owned by his dad, so it's not exactly new, is it? But it's just perfect. Yes, all right, but Ron, the stone. As they argued in whispers, Harry moved around the room, only half listening. Reaching the spiral stair, he raised his eyes absently to the next level and was distracted at once. His own face was looking back at him from the ceiling of the room above. After a moment's bewilderment, he realized that it was not a mirror, but a painting. Curious, he began to climb the stairs. Harry, what are you doing? I don't think you should look around when he's not here. But Harry had already reached the next level. Luna had decorated her bedroom ceiling with 5 beautifully painted faces. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville. They were not moving as the portraits at Hogwarts moved, but there was a certain magic about them all the same. Harry thought they breathed. What appeared to be fine golden chains wove around the pictures, linking them together. But after examining them for a minute or so, Harry realized that the chains were actually one word, repeated 1,000 times in golden ink. Friends. 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 Harry felt a great rush of affection for Luna. He looked around the room. There was a large photograph beside the bed of a young Luna and a woman who looked very like her. They were hugging. Luna looked rather better groomed in this picture than Harry had ever seen her in life. The picture was dusty. This struck Harry as slightly odd. He stared around. Something was wrong. The pale blue carpet was also thick with dust. There were no clothes in the wardrobe, whose doors stood ajar. The bed had a cold, unfriendly look, as though it had not been slept in for weeks. A single cobweb stretched over the nearest window, across a blood-red sky. What's wrong? Hermione asked as Harry descended the staircase, but before he could respond, Xenophilius reached the top of the stairs from the kitchen, now holding a tray laden with bowls. Mr. Lovegood, said Harry. Where's Luna? Excuse me? Where's Luna? Xenophilius halted on the top step. I've already told you. She is down at Bottom Bridge, fishing for plimpies. So why have you only laid that tray for 4? Xenophilius tried to speak, but no sound came out. The only noise was the continued chugging of the printing press and a slight rattle from the tray as Xenophilius's hand shook. "I don't think Luna's been here for weeks," said Harry. "Her clothes are gone. Her bed hasn't been slept in. Where is she? And why do you keep looking out of the window?" Xenophilius dropped the tray. The bolts bounced and smashed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione drew their wands. Xenophilius froze, his hand about to enter his pocket. At that moment, the printing press gave a huge bang, and numerous quibblers came streaming across the floor from underneath the tablecloth. The press fell silent at last. Hermione stooped down and picked up one of the magazines, her wand still pointing at Mr. Lovegood. "Harry, look at this!" He strode over to her as quickly as he could through all the clutter. The front of the quibbler carried his own picture, emblazoned with the words "Undesirable Number 1" and captioned with the reward money. "The quibbler's going for a new angle, then?" Harry asked coldly, his mind working very fast. "Is that what you were doing when you went into the garden, Mr. Lovegood? Sending an owl to the ministry?" Xenophilius licked his lips. "They took my Luna," he whispered, "because of what I've been writing. They took my Luna, and I don't know where she is, what they've done to her, but they might give her back to me if I... "Hand over Harry?" Hermione finished for him. "No deal," said Ron flatly. "Get out of the way, we're leaving." Xenophilius looked ghastly, a century old, his lips drawn back into a dreadful leer. "They will be here at any moment. I must save Luna. I cannot lose Luna. You must not leave." He spread his arms in front of the staircase, and Harry had a sudden vision of his mother doing the same thing in front of his cot. "Don't make us hurt you," Harry said. "Get out of the way, Mr. Lovegood." "Harry!" Hermione screamed. Figures on broomsticks were flying past the windows. As the three of them looked away from him, Xenophilius drew his wand. Harry realized their mistake just in time. He launched himself sideways, shoving Ron and Hermione out of harm's way, as Xenophilius' stunning spell soared across the room and hit the irrumpant horn. There was a colossal explosion. The sound of it seemed to blow the room apart. Fragments of wood and paper and rubble flew in all directions, along with an impenetrable cloud of thick, white dust. Harry flew through the air, then crashed to the floor, unable to see as debris rained upon him, his arms over his head. He heard Hermione scream, Ron's yell, and a series of sickening metallic thuds, which told him that Xenophilius had been blasted off his feet and fallen backwards down the spiral stairs. Half buried in rubble, Harry tried to raise himself. He could barely breathe or see for dust. Half of the ceiling had fallen in, and the end of Luna's bed was hanging through the hole. The bust of Rowena Ravenclaw lay beside him with half its face missing. Fragments of torn parchment were floating through the air, and most of the printing press lay on its side, blocking the top of the staircase to the kitchen. Then another white shape moved close by, and Hermione, coated in dust like a second statue, pressed her finger to her lips. The door downstairs crashed open. "Didn't I tell you there was no need to hurry, Travers?" said a rough voice. "Didn't I tell you this nutter was just raving as usual?" There was a bang and a scream of pain from Xenophilius. No! Upstairs! Potter!" "I told you last week, Lovegood, we weren't coming back for anything less than some solid information. Remember last week, when you wanted to swap your daughter for that stupid bleeding headdress? And the week before?" Another bang, another squeal. "When you thought we'd give her back if you offered us proof there are crumpled, bang, headed, bang, snorkax." No, I beg you," sobbed Xenophilius. It really is, Potter, really." "And now it turns out you only called us here to try and blow us up," roared the Death Eater, and there was a volley of bangs, interspersed with squeals of agony from Xenophilius. "The place looks like it's about to fall in, Selwyn," said a cool second voice, echoing up the mangled staircase. The stairs are completely blocked. Could try clearing it. Might bring the place down. You lying piece of filth, shouted the wizard named Selwyn. You've never seen Potter in your life, have you? Thought you'd lure us here to kill us, did you? And you think you'll get your girl back like this? I swear Potter's upstairs. Homnum Revelio, said the voice at the foot of the stairs. Harry heard Hermione gasp, and he had the odd sensation that something was swooping low over him, immersing his body in its shadow. There's someone up there, all right, Selwyn, said the second man sharply. It's Potter, I tell you. It's Potter, sobbed Xenophilius. Please give me Luna. Just let me have Luna. You can have your little girl, Lovegood, said Selwyn, if you get up those stairs and bring me down, Harry Potter. But if this is a plot, if it's a trick, if you've got an accomplice waiting up there to ambush us, we'll see if we can spare a bit of your daughter for you to bury. Xenophilius gave a wail of fear and despair. There were scurryings and scrapings. Xenophilius was trying to get through the debris on the stairs. Come on, Harry whispered. We've got to get out of here. He started to dig himself out under cover of all the noise Xenophilius was making on the staircase. Ron was buried deepest. Harry and Hermione climbed, as quietly as they could, over all the wreckage to where he lay, trying to prise a heavy chest of drawers off his legs. While Xenophilius's banging and scraping drew nearer and nearer, Hermione managed to free Ron with the use of a hover charm. All right, breathed Hermione, as the broken printing press blocking the top of the stairs began to tremble. Xenophilius was feet away from them. She was still white with dust. Do you trust me, Harry? Harry nodded. Okay then, Hermione whispered. Give me the invisibility cloak. Ron, you're going to put it on. Me? But Harry! Please, Ron! Harry, hold on tight to my hand. Ron, grab my shoulder. Harry held out his left hand. Ron vanished beneath the cloak. The printing press blocking the stairs was vibrating. Xenophilius was trying to shift it using a hover charm. Harry did not know what Hermione was waiting for. Hold tight, she whispered. Hold tight, any second. Xenophilius's paper-white face appeared over the top of the sideboard. Obliviate! Cried Hermione, pointing her wand first into his face, then at the floor beneath them. Deprimo! She had blotted a hole in the sitting room floor. They fell like boulders, Harry still holding on to her hand for dear life. There was a scream from below, and he glimpsed two men trying to get out of the way, as vast quantities of rubble and broken furniture rained all around them from the shattered ceiling. Hermione twisted in midair, and the thundering of the collapsing house rang in Harry's ears as she dragged him once more into darkness. Chapter 22 The Deathly Hallows. Harry fell, panting, onto the grass and scrambled up at once. They seemed to have landed in the corner of a field, at dusk. Hermione was already running in a circle around them, waving her wand. Protego totalum. Salvio hexia. That treacherous old bleeder, Ron panted, emerging from beneath the invisibility cloak and throwing it to Harry. Hermione, you're a genius. A total genius. I can't believe we got out of that. Cave in Minicum. Didn't I say it was a rampant horn? Didn't I tell him? And now his house has been blown apart. Serves him right, said Ron, examining his torn jeans and the cuts to his legs. What do you reckon they'll do to him? Oh, I hope they don't kill him, groaned Hermione. That's why I wanted the Death Eaters to get a glimpse of Harry before we left, so they knew Xenophilius hadn't been lying. Why hide me, though? Asked Ron. You're supposed to be in bed with Spattergroit, Ron. They've kidnapped Luna because her father supported Harry. What would happen to your family if they knew you're with him? But what about your mum and dad? They're in Australia, said Hermione. They should be all right. They don't know anything. You're a genius, Ron repeated, looking awed. Yeah, you are, Hermione, agreed Harry fervently. I don't know what we'd do without you. She beamed, but became solemn at once. What about Luna? Well, if they're telling the truth and she's still alive, began Ron. Don't say that! Don't say it! Squealed Hermione. She must be alive! She must! Then she'll be in Azkaban, I expect, said Ron. Whether she survives the place, though. Loads don't. She will, said Harry. He could not bear to contemplate the alternative. She's tough, Luna. Much tougher than you'd think. She's probably teaching all the inmates about rat spurts and nargles. I hope you're right, said Hermione. She passed a hand over her eyes. I'd feel so sorry for Xenophilius if he hadn't just tried to sell us to the Death Eaters, yeah, said Ron. They put up the tent and retreated inside it, where Ron made them tea. After their narrow escape, the chilly, musty old place felt like home, safe, familiar, and friendly. Oh, why did we go there? Groaned Hermione after a few minutes' silence. Harry, you were right. It was Godric's Hollow all over again. A complete waste of time. The Deathly Hallows. Such rubbish. Although, actually, a sudden thought seemed to have struck her. He might have made it all up, mightn't he? He probably doesn't believe in the Deathly Hallows at all. He just wanted to keep us talking until the Death Eaters arrived. I don't think so, said Ron. It's a damn sight harder making stuff up when you're under stress than you'd think. I found that out when the Snatchers caught me. It was much easier pretending to be Stan because I knew a bit about him than inventing a whole new person. Old Lovegood was under loads of pressure, trying to make sure we stayed put. I reckon he told us the truth, or what he thinks is the truth, just to keep us talking. Well, I don't suppose it matters, sighed Hermione. Even if he was being honest, I never heard such a lot of nonsense in all my life. Hang on, though, said Ron. The Chamber of Secrets was supposed to be a myth, wasn't it? But the Deathly Hallows can't exist, Ron! You keep saying that, but one of them can, said Ron. Harry's invisibility cloak. The tale of the three brothers is a story, said Hermione firmly. A story about how humans are frightened of death. If surviving was as simple as hiding under the invisibility cloak, we'd have everything we need already. I don't know. We could do with an unbeatable wand, said Harry, turning the blackthorn wand he's so disliked over in his fingers. There's no such thing, Harry! You said there have been loads of wands. The Death Stick and whatever they were called. All right. Even if you want to kid yourself, the other one's real. What about the Resurrection Stone? Her fingers sketched quotation marks around the name, and her tone dipped sarcasm. No magic can raise the dead, and that's that. When my wand connected with you-know-whos, it made my mum and dad appear. And Cedric. But they weren't really back from the dead, were they? Said Hermione. Those kinds of pale imitations aren't the same as truly bringing someone back to life. But she, the girl in the tale, didn't really come back, did she? The story says that once people are dead, they belong with the dead. But the second brother still got to see her and talk to her, didn't he? He even lived with her for a while. He saw concern and something less easily definable in Hermione's expression. Then, as she glanced at Ron, Harry realized that it was fear. He had scared her with his talk of living with dead people. So, that Peveril bloke who's buried in Godric's Hollow, he said hastily, trying to sound robustly sane. You don't know anything about him, then? No, she replied, looking relieved at the change of subject. I looked him up after I saw the mark on his grave. If he'd been anyone famous or done anything important, I'm sure he'd been in one of our books. The only place I've managed to find the name Peveril is Nature's Nobility, a wizarding genealogy. I borrowed it from Creature, she explained, as Ron raised his eyebrows. It lists the pureblood families that are now extinct in the male line. Apparently the Peverils were one of the earliest families to vanish. Extinct in the male line? Repeated Ron. It means the name's died out, said Hermione, centuries ago. In the case of the Peverils. They could still have descendants, though. They'd just be called something different. And then it came to Harry in one shining piece. The memory that had stirred at the sound of the name of Peveril, a filthy old man brandishing an ugly ring in the face of a ministry official. And he cried aloud. Marvolo Gaunt! Sorry? Said Ron and Hermione together. Marvolo Gaunt! You know whose grandfather? In the Pensive! With Dumbledore! Marvolo Gaunt said he was descended from the Peverils. Ron and Hermione looked bewildered. The ring that became the Horcrux. Marvolo Gaunt said it had the Peveril coat of arms on it. I saw him waving it in the bloke from the ministry's face. He nearly shoved it up his nose. The Peveril coat of arms? Said Hermione sharply. Could you see what it looked like? Not really, said Harry, trying to remember. There was nothing fancy on there, as far as I could see. Maybe a few scratches. I only ever saw it really close up after it had been cracked open. Harry saw Hermione's comprehension in the sudden widening of her eyes. Ron was looking from one to the other, astonished. Blimey, you reckon it was this sign again? The sign of the Hallows? Why not? Said Harry excitedly. Marvolo Gaunt was an ignorant old git who lived like a pig. All he cared about was his ancestry. If that ring had been passed down through the centuries, he might not have known what it really was. There were no books in that house, and trust me, he wasn't the type to read fairy tales to his kids. He'd have loved to think the scratches on the stone were a coat of arms, because as far as he was concerned, having pure blood made you practically royal. Yes, and that's all very interesting, said Hermione cautiously. But, Harry, if you're thinking what I think you'll think... Well, why not? Why not? Said Harry, abandoning caution. It was a stone, wasn't it? He looked at Ron for support. What if it was the resurrection stone? Ron's mouth fell open. Blimey, but would it still work if Dumbledore broke... Work? Work? Ron, it never worked! There's no such thing as a resurrection stone! Hermione had leapt to her feet, looking exasperated and angry. Harry, you're trying to fit everything into the Hallows story! Fit everything in? He repeated. Hermione, it fits of its own accord. I know the sign of the Deathly Hallows was on that stone. Gaunt said he was descended from the Peverils. A minute ago you told us you never saw the mark on the stone properly. Where do you reckon the ring is now? Ron asked Harry. What did Dumbledore do with it after he broke it open? But Harry's imagination was racing ahead, far beyond Ron and Hermione's. The three objects, or Hallows, which, if united, will make the possessor master of death. Master, conqueror, vanquisher. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. And he saw himself, possessor of the Hallows, facing Voldemort, whose Horcruxes were no match. Neither can live while the other survives. Was this the answer? Hallows versus Horcruxes? Was there a way, after all, to ensure that he was the one who triumphed? If he were the master of the Deathly Hallows, would he be safe? Harry? But he scarcely heard Hermione. He had pulled out his invisibility cloak and was running it through his fingers. The cloth supple as water, light as air. He had never seen anything to equal it in his nearly 7 years in the wizarding world. The cloak was exactly what Xenophilius had described. A cloak that really and truly renders the wearer completely invisible, and endures eternally, giving constant and impenetrable concealment, no matter what spells are cast at it. And then, with a gasp, he remembered. Dumbledore had my cloak the night my parents died. His voice shook and he could feel the colour in his face, but he did not care. My mum told Sirius Dumbledore borrowed the cloak. This is why he wanted to examine it, because he thought it was the third Hallow. Ignotus Peveril is buried in Godric's Hollow. Harry was walking blindly around the tent, feeling as though great new vistas of truth were opening all around him. He's my ancestor. I'm descended from the third brother. It all makes sense. He felt armed in certainty in his belief in the Hallows, as if the mere idea of possessing them was giving him protection, and he felt joyous as he turned back to the other two. Harry, said Hermione again, but he was busy undoing the pouch around his neck, his fingers shaking hard. Read it, he told her, pushing his mother's letter into her hand. Read it! Dumbledore had the cloak, Hermione. Why else would he want it? He didn't need a cloak. He could perform a disillusionment charm so powerful that he made himself completely invisible without one. Something fell to the floor and rolled, glittering under a chair. He had dislodged the snitch when he pulled out the letter. He stooped to pick it up, and then the newly tapped spring of fabulous discoveries threw him another gift. The shock and wonder erupted inside him so that he shouted out, It's in here! He left me the ring! It's in the snitch! You reckon? He could not understand why Ron looked taken aback. It was so obvious, so clear to Harry. Everything fitted. Everything. His cloak was the third Hallow, and when he discovered how to open the snitch, he would have the second. And then all he needed to do was find the first Hallow, the Elder Wand, and then... But it was as though a curtain fell on a lit stage. All his excitement, all his hope and happiness were extinguished at a stroke, and he stood alone in the darkness, and the glorious spell was broken. That's what he's after. The change in his voice made Ron and Hermione look even more scared. You know who's after the Elder Wand. He turned his back on their strained, incredulous faces. He knew it was the truth. It all made sense. Voldemort was not seeking a new wand. He was seeking an old wand. A very old wand indeed. Harry walked to the entrance of the tent, forgetting about Ron and Hermione as he looked out into the night, thinking, Voldemort had been raised in a Muggle orphanage. Nobody could have told him the tales of Beedle the Bard when he was a child, any more than Harry had heard them. Hardly any wizards believed in the Deathly Hallows. Was it likely that Voldemort knew about them? Harry gazed into the darkness. If Voldemort had known about the Deathly Hallows, surely he would have sought them, done anything to possess them. 3 objects that made the possessor master of death. If he had known about the Deathly Hallows, he might not have needed Horcruxes in the first place. Didn't the simple fact that he had taken a Hallow and turned it into a Horcrux demonstrate that he did not know this last great wizarding secret? Which meant that Voldemort sought the Elder Wand without realizing its full power, without understanding that it was one of 3. For the wand was the Hallow that could not be hidden, whose existence was best known. The bloody trail of the Elder Wand is splattered across the pages of wizarding history. Harry watched the cloudy sky, curves of smoke grey and silver sliding over the face of the white moon. He felt light-headed with amazement at his discoveries. He turned back into the tent. It was a shock to see Ron and Hermione standing exactly where he had left them. Hermione still holding Lily's letter, Ron at her side, looking slightly anxious. Didn't they realize how far they had travelled in the last few minutes? This is it, Harry said, trying to bring them inside the glow of his own astonished certainty. This explains everything. The Deathly Hallows are real, and I've got 1, maybe 2. He held up the snitch. And you know who's chasing the 3rd. But he doesn't realize. He just thinks it's a powerful wand. Harry, said Hermione, moving across him and handing him back Lily's letter. I'm sorry, but I think you've got this wrong. all wrong. But don't you see? It all fits. No, it doesn't, she said. It doesn't, Harry. You're just getting carried away. Please, she said as he started to speak. Please, just answer me this. If the Deathly Hallows really existed, and Dumbledore knew about them, knew that the person who possessed all three of them would be Master of Death, Harry, why wouldn't he have told you? Why? He had his answer ready. But you said it, Hermione. You've got to find out about them for yourself. It's a quest. But I already said that to try and persuade you to come to the Lovegoods, cried Hermione in exasperation. I didn't really believe it. Harry took no notice. Dumbledore usually let me find stuff out for myself. He let me try my strength, take risks. This feels like the kind of thing he'd do. Harry, this isn't a game. This isn't practice. This is the real thing. And Dumbledore left you very clear instructions. Find and destroy the Horcruxes. That symbol doesn't mean anything. Forget the Deathly Hallows. We can't afford to get sidetracked. Harry was barely listening to her. He was turning the snitch over and over in his hands, half expecting it to break open, to reveal the resurrection stone, to prove to Hermione that he was right, that the Deathly Hallows were real. She appealed to Ron. You don't believe in this, do you? Harry looked up. Ron hesitated. I dunno. I mean... Bits of it sort of fit together, said Ron awkwardly. But when you look at the whole thing... He took a deep breath. I think we're supposed to get rid of Horcruxes, Harry. That's what Dumbledore told us to do. Maybe we should forget about this Hallows business. Thank you, Ron, said Hermione. I'll take first watch. And she strode past Harry and sat down in the tent entrance, turning the action into a fearful stop. But Harry hardly slept that night. The idea of the Deathly Hallows had taken possession of him, and he could not rest while agitating thoughts whirled through his mind. The wand, the stone, and the cloak. If he could just possess them all. They open at the close. But what was the close? Why couldn't he have the stone now? If only he had the stone, he could ask Dumbledore these questions in person. And Harry murmured words to the snitch in the darkness, trying everything, even Parseltongue. But the golden ball would not open. And the wand, the Elder Wand. Where was that hidden? Where was Voldemort searching now? Harry wished his scar would burn and show him Voldemort's thoughts, because for the first time ever, he and Voldemort were united in wanting the very same thing. Hermione would not like that idea, of course, but then she did not believe. Xenophilius had been right, in a way. Limited, narrow, close-minded. The truth was that she was scared of the idea of the Deathly Hallows, especially of the Resurrection Stone, and Harry pressed his mouth again to the snitch, kissing it, nearly swallowing it. But the cold metal did not yield. It was nearly dawn when he remembered Luna, alone in a cell in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, and he suddenly felt ashamed of himself. He had forgotten all about her in his feverish contemplation of the Hallows. If only they could rescue her. But Dementors in those numbers would be virtually unassailable. Now he came to think about it, he had not yet tried casting a Patronus with the Blackthorn wand. He must try that in the morning. If only there was a way of getting a better wand. And desire for the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, unbeatable, invincible, swallowed him once more. They packed up the tent next morning and moved on through a dreary shower of rain. The downpour pursued them to the coast, where they pitched the tent that night and persisted through the whole week through sodden landscapes which Harry found bleak and depressing. He could think only of the Deathly Hallows. It was as though a flame had been lit inside him that nothing, not Hermione's flat disbelief, nor Ron's persistent doubts could extinguish. And yet the fiercer the longing for the Hallows burned inside him, the less joyful it made him. He blamed Ron and Hermione. Their determined indifference was as bad as the relentless rain for dampening his spirits. But neither could erode his certainty, which remained absolute. Harry's belief in and longing for the Hallows consumed him so much that he felt quite isolated from the other two and their obsession with the Horcruxes. "Obsession?" said Hermione in a low, fierce voice, when Harry was careless enough to use the word one evening, after Hermione had told him off for his lack of interest in locating more Horcruxes. "We're not the ones with an obsession, Harry. We're the ones trying to do what Dumbledore wanted us to do." But he was impervious to the veiled criticism. Dumbledore had left the sign of the Hallows for Hermione to decipher, and he had also, Harry remained convinced of it, left the resurrection stone hidden in the golden snitch. Neither can live while the other survives. Master of Death. Why didn't Ron and Hermione understand? "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death," Harry quoted calmly. "I thought it was you-know-who we're supposed to be fighting," Hermione retorted, and Harry gave up on her. Even the mystery of the Silver Doe, which the other two insisted on discussing, seemed less important to Harry now, a vaguely interesting sideshow. The only other thing that mattered to him was that his scar had begun to prickle again. Although he did all he could to hide this fact from the other two, he sought solitude whenever it happened, but was disappointed by what he saw. The visions he and Voldemort were sharing had changed in quality. They had become blurred, shifting as though they were moving in and out of focus. Harry was just able to make out the indistinct features of an object that looked like a skull, and something like a mountain that was more shadow than substance. Used to images sharp as reality, Harry was disconcerted by the change. He was worried that the connection between himself and Voldemort had been damaged. A connection that he both feared and, whatever he had told Hermione, prized. Somehow, Harry connected these unsatisfying, vague images with the destruction of his wand, as if it was the Blackthorn's wand's fault that he could no longer see into Voldemort's mind as well as before. As the weeks crept on, Harry could not help but notice, even through his new self-absorption, that Ron seemed to be taking charge. Perhaps because he was determined to make up for having walked out on them. Perhaps because Harry's descent into listlessness galvanized his dormant leadership qualities. Ron was the one now encouraging and exhorting the other two into action. "3 Horcruxes left," he kept saying. "We need a plan of action. Come on. Where haven't we looked? Let's go through it again. The orphanage, Diagon Alley, Hogwarts, the Riddle House, Borgin and Burke's, Albania. Every place that they knew Tom Riddle had ever lived or worked, visited or murdered in." Ron and Hermione raked over them again, Harry joining in only to stop Hermione pestering him. He would have been happy to sit alone in silence, trying to read Voldemort's thoughts, to find out more about the Elder Wand, but Ron insisted on journeying to ever more unlikely places, simply, Harry was aware, to keep them moving. "You never know," was Ron's constant refrain. "Upper Flagley is a wizarding village. He might have wanted to live there. Let's go and have a poke around." These frequent forays into wizarding territory brought them within occasional sight of snatchers. "Some of them are supposed to be as bad as Death Eaters," said Ron. "The lot that got me were a bit pathetic, but Bill reckons some of them are really dangerous. They said on Potter Watch." "On what?" said Harry. "Potter Watch. Didn't I tell you that's what it was called? The program I keep trying to get on the radio, the only one that tells the truth about what's going on. Nearly all the programs are following you-know-who's line, all except Potter Watch. I really want you to hear it, but it's tricky tuning in." Ron spent evening after evening using his wand to beat out various rhythms on top of the wireless while the dials whirled. Occasionally, they would catch snatches of advice on how to treat dragonpox, and once, a few bars of a cauldron full of hot, strong love, while he tapped. Ron continued to try to hit on the correct password, muttering strings of random words under his breath. "They're normally something to do with the order," he told them. "Bill had a real knack for guessing them. I'm bound to get one in the end." But not until March did luck favour Ron at last. Harry was sitting in the tent entrance on guard duty, staring idly at a clump of grape hyacinths that had forced their way through the chilly ground, when Ron shouted excitedly from inside the tent, "I've got it! I've got it! Password was Albus! Get in here, Harry!" Roused for the first time in days from his contemplation of the Deathly Hallows, Harry hurried back inside the tent to find Ron and Hermione kneeling on the floor beside the little radio. Hermione, who had been polishing the sword of Gryffindor just for something to do, was sitting open-mouthed, staring at the tiny speaker, from which a most familiar voice was issuing. "Apologize for our temporary absence from the airwaves, which was due to a number of house calls in our area by those charming Death Eaters." "But that's Lee Jordan," said Hermione. "I know," beamed Ron. "Cool, eh?" "Now, we found ourselves another secure location," Lee was saying, "and I'm pleased to tell you that two of our regular contributors have joined me here this evening. Evening, boys." "Hi." "Evening, River." "River, that's Lee," Ron explained. "They've all got code names, but you can usually tell." "Shh," said Hermione. "But before we hear from Royal and Romulus," Lee went on, "let's take a moment to report those deaths that the Wizarding Wireless Network News and the Daily Prophet don't think important enough to mention. It is with great regret that we will inform our listeners of the murders of Ted Tonks and Dirk Cresswell." Harry felt a sick swooping in his belly. He, Ron, and Hermione gazed at one another in horror. "A goblin by the name of Gornuk was also killed. It is believed that Muggle-born Dean Thomas and a second goblin, both believed to have been travelling with Tonks, Cresswell, and Gornuk, may have escaped. If Dean is listening, or if anyone has any knowledge of his whereabouts, his parents and sisters are desperate for news." Meanwhile, in Gadley, a Muggle family of 5 has been found dead in their home. Muggle authorities are attributing the deaths to a gas leak, but members of the Order of the Phoenix inform me that it was the killing curse. More evidence, as if it were needed, of the fact that Muggle slaughter is becoming little more than a recreational sport under the new regime. Finally, we regret to inform our listeners that the remains of Bathilda Bagshot have been discovered in Godric's Hollow. The evidence is that she died several months ago. The Order of the Phoenix informs us that her body showed unmistakable signs of injuries inflicted by dark magic. Listeners, I'd like to invite you now to join us in a minute's silence in memory of Ted Tonks, Dirk Cresswell, Bathilda Bagshot, Gornuk, and the unnamed, but no less regretted, Muggles murdered by the Death Eaters. Silence fell, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione did not speak. Half of Harry yearned to hear more. Half of him was afraid what might come next. It was the first time he had felt truly connected to the outside world for a long time. "Thank you," said Lee's voice. "And now we turn to regular contributor Royal for an update on how the new Wizarding Order is affecting the Muggle world." "Thanks, River," said an unmistakable voice, deep, measured, reassuring. "Kingsley!" burst out Ron. "We know," said Hermione, hushing him. "Muggles remain ignorant of the source of their suffering as they continue to sustain heavy casualties," said Kingsley. "However, we continue to hear truly inspirational stories of witches and wizards risking their own safety to protect Muggle friends and neighbours, often without the Muggles' knowledge. I'd like to appeal to all our listeners to emulate their example, perhaps by casting a protective charm over any Muggle dwellings in your street. Many lives could be saved if such simple measures are taken." "And what would you say, Royal, to those listeners who reply that in these dangerous times it should be wizards first?" asked Lee. "I'd say that's one short step from wizards first to purebloods first, and then to Death Eaters," replied Kingsley. "We're all human, aren't we? Every human life is worth the same, and worth saving. Excellently put, Royal, and you've got my vote for Minister of Magic if we ever get out of this mess, said Lee. And now, over to Romulus for our popular feature, Pals of Potter. Thanks, River, said another very familiar voice. Ron started to speak, but Hermione forestalled him in a whisper. We know it's Lupin. Romulus, do you maintain, as you have every time you've appeared on our programme, that Harry Potter is still alive? I do, said Lupin firmly. There is no doubt at all in my mind that his death would be proclaimed as widely as possible by the Death Eaters if it had happened, because it would strike a deadly blow at the morale of those resisting the new regime. The boy who lived remains a symbol of everything for which we are fighting. The triumph of good, the power of innocence, the need to keep resisting. A mixture of gratitude and shame welled up in Harry. Had Lupin forgiven him, then, for the terrible things he had said when they had last met? And what would you say to Harry if you knew he was listening, Romulus? I'd tell him we're all with him in spirit, said Lupin, then hesitated slightly. And I'd tell him to follow his instincts, which are good and nearly always right. Harry looked at Hermione, whose eyes were full of tears. Nearly always right, she repeated. Oh, didn't I tell you? Said Ron in surprise. Bill told me Lupin's living with Tonks again. And apparently she's getting pretty big too. And our usual update on those friends of Harry Potter's who are suffering for their allegiance, Lee was saying. Well, as regular listeners will know, several of the more outspoken supporters of Harry Potter have now been imprisoned, including Xenophilius Lovegood, erstwhile editor of The Quibbler, said Lupin. At least he's still alive, muttered Ron. We have also heard within the last few hours that Rubeus Hagrid... All three of them gasped, and so nearly missed the rest of the sentence. Well-known gamekeeper at Hogwarts School has narrowly escaped arrest within the grounds of Hogwarts, where he is rumoured to have hosted a support Harry Potter party in his house. However, Hagrid was not taken into custody, and is, we believe, on the run. I suppose it helps when escaping from Death Eaters if you've got a 16-foot-high half-brother, asked Lee. It would tend to give you an edge, agreed Lupin gravely. May I just add that while we're here at Potter Watch, applaud Hagrid's spirit, we would urge even the most devoted of Harry's supporters against following Hagrid's lead. Support Harry Potter parties are unwise in the present climate. Indeed they are, Romulus, said Lee. So we suggest that you continue to show your devotion to the man with the lightning scar by listening to Potter Watch. And now let's move to news concerning the wizard who is just proving just as elusive as Harry Potter. We like to refer to him as the Chief Death Eater, and here to give his views on some of the more insane rumours circulating about him, I'd like to introduce a new correspondent. Rodent? Said yet another familiar voice, and Harry, Ron and Hermione cried out together, Fred! No, is it George? It's Fred, I think, said Ron, leaning in closer, as whichever twin it was said, I'm not being Rodent, no way. I told you I wanted to be Rapier. Oh, all right then, Rapier. Could you please give us your take on the various stories we've been hearing about the Chief Death Eater? Yes, River, I can, said Fred. As our listeners will know, unless they've taken refuge at the bottom of a garden pond or somewhere similar, you know whose strategy of remaining in the shadows is creating a nice little climate of panic. Mind you, if all the alleged sightings of him are genuine, we must have a good 19 you-know-whos running around the place. Which suits him, of course, said Kingsley. The air of mystery is creating more terror than actually showing himself. Agreed, said Fred. So, people, let's try and calm down a bit. Things are bad enough without inventing stuff as well. For instance, this new idea that you-know-who can kill with a single glance from his eyes. That's a basilisk, listeners. One simple test. Check whether the thing that's glaring at you has got legs. If it has, it's safe to look into its eyes. Although, if it really is you-know-who, that's still likely to be the last thing you ever do. For the first time in weeks and weeks, Harry was laughing. He could feel the weight of tension leaving him. "And the rumours that he keeps being sighted abroad?" asked Lee. "Well, who wouldn't want a nice little holiday after all the hard work he's been putting in?" asked Fred. "Point is, people don't get lulled into a false sense of security, thinking he's out of the country. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But the fact remains he can move faster than Severus Snape confronted with shampoo when he wants to, so don't count on him being a long way away if you're planning on taking any risks." "I never thought I'd hear myself say it, but safety first." "Thank you very much for those wise words, Rapier," said Lee. "Listeners, that brings us to the end of another Potter Watch. We don't know when it will be possible to broadcast again, but you can be sure that we shall be back. Keep twiddling those dials. The next password will be Mad Eye. Keep each other safe. Keep faith. Good night." The radio's dial whirled, and the lights beneath the tuning panel went out. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were still beaming. Hearing familiar, friendly voices was an extraordinary tonic. Harry had become so used to their isolation he had nearly forgotten that other people were resisting Voldemort. It was like waking up from a long sleep. "Good, eh?" said Ron happily. "Brilliant," said Harry. "It's so brave of them," sighed Hermione admiringly. "If they were found." "Well, they keep on the move, don't they?" said Ron. "Like us." "But did you hear what Fred said?" asked Harry excitedly, now the broadcast was over. His thoughts turned again towards his all-consuming obsession. "He's abroad! He's still looking for the wand! I knew it!" "Harry." "Come on, Hermione. Why are you so determined not to admit it?" "Harry, no! Demort's after the Elder Wand." "The name's taboo!" Ron bellowed, leaping to his feet as a loud crack sounded outside the tent. "I told you, Harry! I told you! We can't say it anymore! We've got to put the protection back around us! Quickly! It's how they find—" But Ron stopped talking, and Harry knew why. The sneakoscope on the table had lit up and begun to spin. They could hear voices coming nearer and nearer, rough, excited voices. Ron pulled the deluminator out of his pocket and clicked it. Their lamps went out. "Come out of there with your hands up," came a rasping voice through the darkness. "We know you're in there. You've got half a dozen wands pointing at you, and we don't care who we curse." Chapter 23. Malfoy Manor. Harry looked around at the other two, now mere outlines in the darkness. He saw Hermione point her wand, not towards the outside, but into its face. There was a bang, a burst of white light, and he buckled in agony, unable to see. He could feel his face swelling rapidly under his hands, as heavy footfalls surrounded him. "Get up, vermin." Unknown hands dragged Harry roughly off the ground before he could stop them. Someone had rummaged through his pockets and removed the Blackthorn wand. Harry clutched at his excruciatingly painful face, which felt unrecognizable under his fingers. Tight, swollen, and puffy, as though he had suffered some violent allergic reaction. His eyes had been reduced to slits through which he could barely see. His glasses fell off as he was bundled out of the tent. All he could make out were the blurred shapes of 4 or 5 people wrestling Ron and Hermione outside too. "Get off her!" Ron shouted. There was the unmistakable sound of knuckles hitting flesh. Ron grunted in pain, and Hermione screamed. "No, leave him alone! Leave him alone!" "Your boyfriend's going to have much worse than that done to him if he's on my list," said the horribly familiar, rasping voice. "Delicious girl, what a treat. I do enjoy the softness of the skin." Harry's stomach turned over. He knew who this was. Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf who was permitted to wear Death Eater robes in return for his hired savagery. Search the tent, said another voice. Harry was thrown, face down, onto the ground. A thud told him that Ron had been cast down beside him. They could hear footsteps and crashes. The men were pushing over chairs inside the tent as they searched. Now let's see who we've got, said Greyback's gloating voice from overhead. And Harry was rolled over onto his back. A beam of one light fell into his face and Greyback laughed. I'll be needing but a bit to wash this one down. What happened to you, Ugly? Harry did not answer immediately. I said, repeated Greyback, and Harry received a blow to the diaphragm that made him double over in pain. What happened to you? Stung, Harry muttered. Been stung. Yeah, looks like it, said a second voice. What's your name? Snarled Greyback. Dudley, said Harry. And your first name? Vernon. Vernon Dudley. Check the list, Scabia, said Greyback, and Harry heard him move sideways to look down at Ron instead. And what about you, Ginger? Stan Shunpike, said Ron. Like hell you are, said the man called Scabia. We know Stan Shunpike. He's put a bit of work our way. There was another thud. It Bardi, said Ron, and Harry could tell that his mouth was full of blood. Bardi Weedley. A Weasley? Rasped Greyback. So you're related to blood traitors, even if you're not a mudblood. And lastly, your pretty little friend. The relish in his voice made Harry's flesh crawl. Easy, Greyback, said Scabia over the jeering of the others. Oh, I'm not going to bite just yet. We'll see if she's a bit quicker at remembering her name than Barney. Who are you, girlie? Penelope Clearwater, said Hermione. She sounded terrified but convincing. What's your blood status? Half-blood, said Hermione. Easy enough to check, said Scabia. But the whole lot of them look like they could still be Hogwarts age. We'd leapt, said Ron. Left, have you, Ginger? Said Scabia. And you decided to go camping, and you thought just for a laugh you'd use the Dark Lord's name? Not a laugh, said Ron. Aggie Den. Accident? There was more jeering laughter. You know who used to like using the Dark Lord's name, Weasley? Growled Greyback. The Order of the Phoenix. Mean anything to you? Doe? Well, they don't show the Dark Lord proper respect, so the name's been tabooed. A few Order members have been tracked that way. We'll see. Bind them up with the other two prisoners. Someone yanked Harry up by the hair, dragged him a short way, pushed him down into a sitting position, then started binding him back to back with other people. Harry was still half blind, barely able to see anything through his puffed up eyes. When at last the man tying them had walked away, Harry whispered to the other prisoners. Anyone still got a wand? No, said Ron and Hermione from either side of him. This is all my fault. I said the name. I'm sorry. Harry? It was a new but familiar voice, and it came from directly behind Harry, from the person tied to Hermione's left. Dean? It is you. If they found out who they've got, they're snatchers. They're only looking for truants to sell for gold. Not a bad little haul for one night, Greyback was saying, as a pair of hobnailed boots marched close by. Harry and they heard more crashes from inside the tent. A mudblood, a runaway goblin, and 3 truants. You checked their names on the list yet, Scabia? He roared. Yeah, there's no Vernon Dudley on here, Greyback. Interesting, said Greyback. That's interesting. He crouched down beside Harry, who saw through the infinitesimal gap left between his swollen eyelids a face covered in matted, grey hair and whiskers, with pointed round teeth and sores at the corner of his mouth. Greyback smelled as he had done at the top of the tower where Dumbledore had died, of dirt, sweat, and blood. So you aren't wanted then, Vernon? Or are you on that list under a different name? What house were you in at Hogwarts? Slytherin, said Harry automatically. Funny how they all thinks we wants to hear that, jeered Scabia out of the shadows. But none of them can tell us where the common room is. It's in the dungeons, said Harry clearly. You enter through the wall, it's full of skulls and stuff, and it's under the lake, so the light's all green. There was a short pause. Well. Looks like we really have caught a little Slytherin, said Scabia. Good for you, Vernon, 'cause there ain't a lot of mudblood Slytherins. Who's your father? He works at the Ministry, Harry lied. He knew that his whole story would collapse with the smallest investigation. But on the other hand, he only had until his face regained its usual appearance before the game was up in any case. Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. You know what, Greyback, said Scabia. I think there is a Dudley in there. Harry could barely breathe. Could luck, sheer luck, get them safely out of this? Well, said Greyback, and Harry could hear the tiniest note of trepidation in that callous voice, and knew that Greyback was wondering whether he had indeed just attacked and bound the son of a ministry official. Harry's heart was pounding against the ropes around his ribs. He would not have been surprised to know that Greyback could see it. If you're telling the truth, Ugly, you've got nothing to fear from the trip to the Ministry. I expect your father will reward us just for picking you up. But, said Harry, his mouth bone dry, if you just let us... Hey, came a shout from inside the tent. Look at this, Greyback! A dark figure came bustling towards them, and Harry saw a glint of silver in the light of their wands. They had found Gryffindor's sword. Very nice, said Greyback appreciatively, taking it from his companion. Oh, very nice indeed. Looks goblin-made, that. Where did you get something like this? It's my father's, Harry lied, hoping against hope that it was too dark for Greyback to see the name etched just below the hilt. We borrowed it to cut firewood. Hang on a minute, Greyback. Look at this, in the Prophet. As Scabia said it, Harry's scar, which was stretched tight across his distended forehead, burned savagely, more clearly than he could make out anything around him. He saw a towering building, a grim fortress, jet black and forbidding. Voldemort's thoughts had suddenly become razor-sharp again. He was gliding towards the gigantic building with a sense of calmly euphoric purpose. So close. So close. With a huge effort of will, Harry closed his mind to Voldemort's thoughts, pulling himself back to where he sat, tied to Ron, Hermione, Dean, and Griphook in the darkness, listening to Greyback and Scabia. Hermione Granger, Scabia was saying, the mudblood who is known to be travelling with Harry Potter. Harry's scar burned in the silence, but he made a supreme effort to keep himself present, not to slip into Voldemort's mind. He heard the creak of Greyback's boots as he crouched down in front of Hermione. You know what, little girlie? This picture looks a hell of a lot like you. It isn't me." Hermione's terrified squeak was as good as a confession. "Known to be travelling with Harry Potter," repeated Greyback quietly. As stillness had settled over the scene, Harry's scar was exquisitely painful, but he struggled with all his strength against the pull of Voldemort's thoughts. It had never been so important to remain in his own right mind. "Well, this changes things, doesn't it?" whispered Greyback. Nobody spoke. Harry sensed the gang of Snatchers watching, frozen, and felt Hermione's arm trembling against his. Greyback got up and took a couple of steps to where Harry sat, crouching down again to stare closely at his misshapen features. "What's that on your forehead, Vernon?" he asked softly, his breath foul in Harry's nostrils as he pressed a filthy finger to the taut scar. "Don't touch it!" Harry yelled. He could not stop himself. He thought he might be sick from the pain of it. "I thought you wore glasses, Potter," breathed Greyback. "I found glasses!" yelped one of the Snatchers skulking in the background. "There was glasses in the tent, Greyback. Wait." And seconds later, Harry's glasses had been rammed back onto his face. The Snatchers were closing in now, peering at him. "It is," rasped Greyback. "We've caught Potter." They all took several steps backwards, stunned by what they had done. Harry, still fighting to remain present inside his own splitting head, could think of nothing to say. Fragmented visions were breaking across the surface of his mind. He was gliding around the high walls of the Black Fortress. No, he was Harry, tied up and wandless, in grave danger. Looking up to the topmost window, the highest tower. He was Harry, and they were discussing his fate in low voices. Time to fly. To the Ministry? "To hell with the Ministry," growled Greyback. "They'll take the credit, and we won't get a look in. I say we take him straight to you-know-who." "Will you summon him? Here?" said Scabier, sounding awed, terrified. "No," snarled Greyback. "I haven't got... They say he's using the Malfoy's place as a base. We'll take the boy there." Harry thought he knew why Greyback was not calling Voldemort. The werewolf might be allowed to wear Death Eater robes when they wanted to use him, but only Voldemort's inner circle were branded with the Dark Mark. Greyback had not been granted this highest honour. Harry's scar seared again, and he rose into the night, flying straight up to the window at the very top of the tower. "Completely sure it's him, because if it ain't Greyback, we're dead." "Who's in charge here?" roared Greyback, covering his moment of inadequacy. "I say that's Potter, and him, plus his wand. That's 200,000 galleons right there. But if you're too gutless to come along, any of you, it's all for me, and with any luck, I'll get the girl thrown in." The window was the merest slit in the black rock, not big enough for a man to enter. A skeletal figure was just visible through it, curled beneath a blanket, dead or sleeping. "All right," said Scabier. "All right, we're in. And what about the rest of them, Greyback? What'll we do with them?" "Might as well take the lot. We've got 2 mudbloods. That's another 10 galleons. Give me the sword as well, if they're rubies. That's another small fortune right there." The prisoners were dragged to their feet. Harry could hear Hermione's breathing, fast and terrified. "Grab hold and make it tight." "I'll do, Potter," said Greyback, seizing a fistful of Harry's hair. Harry could feel his long yellow nails scratching his scalp. "On 3. 1, 2, 3. They disapparated, pulling the prisoners with them. Harry struggled, trying to throw off Greyback's hand, but it was hopeless. Ron and Hermione were squeezed tightly against him on either side. He could not separate from the group, and as the breath was squeezed out of him, his scar seared more painfully still. As he forced himself through the slit of a window like a snake and landed lightly as vapour inside the cell-like room. The prisoners lurched into one another as they landed in a country lane. Harry's eyes, still puffy, took a moment to acclimatize. Then he saw a pair of wrought iron gates at the foot of what looked like a long drive. He experienced the tiniest trickle of relief. The worst had not happened yet. Voldemort was not here. Harry knew, that he was fighting to resist the vision in some strange, fortress-like place at the top of a tower. How long would it take Voldemort to get to this place? Once he knew that Harry was here, was another matter. One of the Snatchers strode to the gates and shook them. "How do we get in?" "They're locked, Greyback. I can't—" "Blimey." He whipped his hands away in fright. The iron was contorting, twisting itself out of the abstract furls and coils into a frightening face, which spoke in a clanging, echoing voice. "State your purpose." "We've got Potter," Greyback roared triumphantly. "We've captured Harry Potter." The gates swung open. "Come on," said Greyback to his men, and the prisoners were shunted through the gates and up the drive, between high hedges that muffled their footsteps. Harry saw a ghostly white shape above him, and realized it was now Beano Peacock. He stumbled and was dragged on to his feet by Greyback. Now he was staggering along sideways, tied back to back with the 4 other prisoners. Closing his puffy eyes, he allowed the pain in his scar to overcome him for a moment, wanting to know what Voldemort was doing, whether he knew yet that Harry was caught. The emaciated figure stirred beneath its thin blanket and rolled over towards him, eyes opening in the skull of a face. The frail man sat up, great sunken eyes fixed upon him, upon Voldemort, and then he smiled. Most of his teeth were gone. "So you have come. I thought you would, one day. But your journey was pointless. I never had it. You lie." As Voldemort's anger throbbed inside him, Harry's scar threatened to burst with pain, and he wrenched his mind back to his own body, fighting to remain present as the prisoners were pushed over gravel. Light spilled out over all of them. "What is this?" said a woman's cold voice. "We're here to see he who must not be named," rasped Greyback. "Who are you?" "You know me." There was resentment in the werewolf's voice. "Fenrir Greyback, we've caught Harry Potter." Greyback seized Harry and dragged him round to face the light, forcing the other prisoners to shuffle round too. "I know he's swollen, Mum, but it's him," piped up Scabia. "If you look a bit closer, you'll see his scar. And this here, see the girl? The mudblood who's been travelling round with him, Mum. There's no doubt it's him. And we've got his wand as well. Here, Mum." Harry saw Narcissa Malfoy scrutinising his swollen face. Scabia thrust the black-form wand at her. She raised her eyebrows. "Bring them in," she said. Harry and the others were shoved and kicked up broad stone steps, into a hallway lined with portraits. "Follow me," said Narcissa, leading the way across the hall. "My son, Draco, is home for his Easter holidays. If that is Harry Potter, he will know." The drawing room dazzled over the darkness outside. Even with his eyes almost closed, Harry could make out the wide proportions of the room. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, more portraits against the dark purple walls. 2 figures rose from chairs in front of an ornate marble fireplace, as the prisoners were forced into the room by the Snatchers. "What is this?" The dreadfully familiar drawling voice of Lucius Malfoy fell on Harry's ears. He was panicking now. He could see no way out. And it was easier, as his fear mounted, to block out Voldemort's thoughts, though his scar was still burning. "They say they've got Potter," said Narcissa's cold voice. "Draco, come here." Harry did not dare look directly at Draco, but saw him obliquely, a figure slightly taller than he was, rising from an armchair, his face a pale and pointed blur beneath white blonde hair. Greyback forced the prisoners to turn again, so as to place Harry directly beneath the chandelier. "Well, boy," rasped the werewolf. Harry was facing a mirror over the fireplace, a great gilded thing with an intricately scrolled frame. Through the slits of his eyes, he saw his own reflection for the first time since leaving Grimmauld Place. His face was huge, shiny and pink, every feature distorted by Hermione's jinx. His black hair had reached his shoulders, and there was a dark shadow around his jaw. He had not known that it was he who stood there. He would have wondered who was wearing his glasses. He resolved not to speak, for his voice was sure to give him away. Yet he still avoided eye contact with Draco as the latter approached. "Well, Draco," said Lucius Malfoy. He sounded avid. Is it Harry Potter?" I can't be sure," said Draco. He was keeping his distance from Greyback, and seemed as scared of looking at Harry as Harry was of looking at him. "But look at him carefully. Look, come closer." Harry had never heard Lucius Malfoy so excited. "Draco, if we are the ones who hand Potter over to the Dark Lord, everything will be Now, we won't be forgetting who actually caught him, I hope, Mr. Malfoy," said Greyback menacingly. Of course not," said Lucius impatiently. He approached Harry himself, came so close that Harry could see the usually languid, pale face in sharp detail even through his swollen eyes. With his face a puffy mask, Harry felt as though he was peering out from between the bars of a cage. "What did you do to him?" Lucius asked Greyback. "How did he get into this state?" "That wasn't us." "Looks more like a stinging jinx to me," said Lucius. His grey eyes raked Harry's forehead. "There's something there," he whispered. "It could be the scar, stretched tight." "Draco, come here. Look properly. What do you think?" Harry saw Draco's face up close now, right beside his father's. They were extraordinarily alike, except that while his father looked beside himself with excitement, Draco's expression was full of reluctance, even fear. "I don't know," he said, and he walked away towards the fireplace where his mother stood watching. "We had better be certain, Lucius," Narcissa called to her husband in her cold, clear voice. "Completely sure that it is Potter, before we summon the Dark Lord. They say this is his." She was looking closely at the blackthorn wand. "But it does not resemble Ollivander's description." "If we are mistaken, if we call the Dark Lord here for nothing... Remember what he did to Ral and Dolohov?" "What about the mudblood, then?" growled Greyback. Harry was nearly thrown off his feet as the snatchers forced the prisoners to swivel round again, so that the light fell on Hermione instead. "Wait," said Narcissa sharply. Yes, she was in Madame Malkin's with Potter. I saw her picture in the Prophet." "Look, Draco, isn't it the Granger girl?" Maybe, yeah. "But then, that's the Weasley boy!" shouted Lucius, striding round the bound prisoners to face Ron. "It's them, Potter's friends." "Draco, look at him. Isn't it Arthur Weasley's son?" "What's his name?" "Yeah," said Draco again, his back to the prisoners. "It could be." The drawing room door opened behind Harry. A woman spoke. The sound of the voice wound Harry's fear into an even higher pitch. "What is this? What's happened, sissy?" Bellatrix Lestrange walked slowly around the prisoners and stopped on Harry's right, staring at Hermione through her heavily lidded eyes. "But surely," she said quietly, "this is the Mudblood girl. This is Granger." Yes, it's Granger," cried Lucius. "And beside her, we think, Potter. Potter and his friends, caught at last." Potter! Shrieked Bellatrix, and she backed away, the better to take in Harry. Are you sure? Well then, the Dark Lord must be informed at once. She dragged back her left sleeve. Harry saw the dark mark burned into the flesh of her arm, and knew that she was about to touch it, to summon her beloved master. I was about to call him, said Lucius, and his hand actually closed upon Bellatrix's wrist, preventing her from touching the mark. I shall summon him, Bella. Potter has been brought into my house, and it is therefore upon my authority. Your authority? She sneered, attempting to wrench her hand from his grasp. You lost your authority when you lost your wand, Lucius. How dare you? Take your hands off me! This has nothing to do with you. You did not capture the boy. Begging your pardon, Mr. Malfoy, interjected Greyback, but it's us that caught Potter, and it's us that'll be claiming the gold. Gold? Laughed Bellatrix, still attempting to throw off her brother-in-law, her free hand groping in her pocket for her wand. Take your gold, filthy scavenger. What do I want with gold? I seek only the honour of... She stopped struggling, her dark eyes fixed upon something Harry could not see. Jubilant at her capitulation, Lucius threw her hand from him and ripped up his own sleeve. Stop! Shrieked Bellatrix. Do not touch it! We shall all perish if the Dark Lord comes now! Lucius froze, his index finger hovering over his own mark. Bellatrix strode out of Harry's limited line of vision. What is that? He heard her say. Sword, grunted an out-of-sight snatcher. Give it to me. It's not yours, missus, it's mine. I reckon I found it. There was a bang and a flash of red light. Harry knew that the snatcher had been stunned. There was a roar of anger from his fellows. Scabia drew his wand. What do you think you're playing at, woman? Stupefy! She screamed. Stupefy! They were no match for her, even though there were four of them against one of her. She was a witch, and as Harry knew, with prodigious skill and no conscience. They fell where they stood, all except Greyback, who had been forced into a kneeling position, his arms outstretched. Out of the corner of his eyes, Harry saw Bellatrix bearing down upon the werewolf, the sword of Gryffindor gripped tightly in her hand, her face waxen. Where did you get this sword? She whispered to Greyback as she pulled his wand out of his unresisting grip. How dare you? He snarled, his mouth the only thing that could move as he was forced to gaze up at her. He bared his pointed teeth. Release me, woman! Where did you find this sword? She repeated, brandishing it in his face. Snape sent it to my vault in Gringotts. It was in their tent, rasped Greyback. Release me, I say! She waved her wand and the werewolf sprang to his feet, but appeared too wary to approach her. He prowled behind an armchair, his filthy curved nails clutching its back. Draco, move this scum outside, said Bellatrix, indicating the unconscious men. If you haven't got the guts to finish them, then leave them in the courtyard for me. Don't you dare speak to Draco like... said Narcissa fiercely, but Bellatrix screamed, Be quiet! This situation is graver than you can possibly imagine, sissy. We have a very serious problem. She stood, panting slightly, looking down at the sword, examining its hilt. Then she turned to look at the silent prisoners. If it is indeed Potter, he must not be harmed, she muttered, more to herself than the others. The Dark Lord wishes to dispose of Potter himself. But if he finds out, I must know. She turned back to her sister again. The prisoners must be placed in the cellar while I think of what to do. This is my house, Bella. You don't give orders in my... Do it, you have no idea of the danger we're in, shrieked Bellatrix. She looked frightening, mad. A thin stream of fire issued from her wand and burned a hole in the carpet. Narcissa hesitated for a moment, then addressed the werewolf. "Take these prisoners down to the cellar, Greyback." "Wait," said Bellatrix sharply. "All except for the mudblood." Greyback gave a grunt of pleasure. "No!" shouted Ron. "You can have me! Keep me!" Bellatrix hit him across the face. The blow echoed around the room. "If she dies under questioning, I'll take you next," she said. "Blood traitor is next to mudblood in my book. Take them downstairs, Greyback, and make sure they are secure. But do nothing more to them. Yet." She threw Greyback's wand back to him, then took a short silver knife from under her robes. She cut Hermione free from the other prisoners, then dragged her by the hair into the middle of the room, while Greyback forced the rest of them to shuffle across to another door into a dark passageway. His wand held out in front of him, protecting an invisible and irresistible force. "Reckon she'll let me have a bit of the girl when she's finished with her?" Greyback crooned as he forced them along the corridor. "I'd say I'll get a bite or two. Wouldn't you, Ginger?" Harry could feel Ron shaking. They were forced down a steep flight of stairs, still tied back to back and in danger of slipping and breaking their necks at any moment. At the bottom was a heavy door. Greyback unlocked it with the tap of his wand, then forced them into a dank and musty room and left them in total darkness. The echoing bang of the slammed cellar door had not died away before there was a terrible, drawn-out scream from directly above them. "Hermione!" Ron bellowed, and he started to writhe and struggle against the ropes tying them together, so that Harry staggered. "Hermione!" "Be quiet," Harry said. "Shut up, Ron. We need to work out a way." "Hermione! Hermione!" "We need a plan. Stop yelling. We need to get these ropes off." "Harry?" came a whisper through the darkness. "Ron, is that you?" Ron stopped shouting. There was a sound of movement close by them. Then Harry saw a shadow moving closer. "Harry? Ron?" "Luna?" "Yes, it's me." "Oh no, I didn't want you to be caught." "Luna, can you help us get these ropes off?" said Harry. "Oh yes, I expect so. There's an old nail we use if we need to break anything. Just a moment." Hermione screamed again from overhead, and they could hear Bellatrix screaming too, but her words were inaudible. But Ron shouted again, "Hermione! Hermione!" "Mr. Ollivander?" Harry could hear Luna saying. "Mr. Ollivander, have you got the nail?" "If you just move over it a little bit, I think it was beside the water jug." She was back within seconds. "You'll need to stay still," she said. Harry could feel her digging at the rope's tough fibres to work the knots free. From upstairs they heard Bellatrix's voice. "I'm going to ask you again. Where did you get this sword? Where?" "We've found it! We found it! Please!" Hermione screamed again. Ron struggled harder than ever and the rusty nail slipped onto Harry's wrist. "Ron, please stay still," Luna whispered. "I can't see what I'm doing." "My pocket," said Ron. "In my pocket there's a deluminator, and it's full of light." A few seconds later there was a click, and the luminescent spheres of the deluminator had sucked from the lamps in the tent flew into the cellar. Unable to rejoin their sources, they simply hung there like tiny suns, flooding the underground room with light. Harry saw Luna, all eyes in her white face, and the motionless figure of Ollivander, the wand-maker, curled up on the floor in the corner. Craning round, he caught the sight of their fellow prisoners. Dean and Griphook the goblin, who seemed barely conscious, kept standing by the ropes that bound him to the humans. "Oh, that's much easier. Thanks, Ron," said Luna, and she began hacking at the bindings again. "Hello, Dean." From above came Bellatrix's voice. "You are lying, filthy mudblood, and I know it. You have been inside my vault at Gringotts. Tell the truth. Tell the truth." Another terrible scream. Hermione! What else did you take? What else have you got? Tell me the truth. I swear I shall run you through with this knife. There. Harry felt the ropes fall away and turned, rubbing his wrists, to see Ron running around the cellar, looking up at the low ceiling, searching for a trapdoor. Dean, his face bruised and bloody, said, "Thanks," to Luna and stood there shivering. But Griphook sank onto the cellar floor, looking groggy and disorientated, many welts across his swarthy face. Ron was now trying to disapparate without a wand. "There's no way out, Ron," said Luna, watching his fruitless efforts. "The cellar is completely escape-proof. I tried at first. Mr. Ollivander has been here for a long time. He's tried everything." Hermione was screaming again. The sound went through Harry like physical pain. Barely conscious of the fierce prickling of his scar, he, too, started to run around the cellar, filling the walls for he hardly knew what, knowing in his heart that it was useless. "What else did you take? What else? Answer me! Crucio!" Hermione's screams echoed off the walls upstairs. Ron was half sobbing as he pounded the walls with his fists, and Harry, in utter desperation, seized Hagrid's pouch from around his neck and groped inside it. He pulled out Dumbledore's snitch and shook it, hoping for he did not know what. Nothing happened. He waved the broken halves of the Phoenix wand, but they were lifeless. The mirror fragment fell sparkling to the floor, and he saw a gleam of brightest blue. Dumbledore's eyes was gazing up at him out of the mirror. "Help us!" he yelled at it in mad desperation. "We're in the cellar of Malfoy Manor! Help us!" The eye blinked, and it was gone. Harry was not even sure that it had really been there. He tilted the shard of mirror this way and that, and saw nothing reflected there but the walls and ceiling of their prison. And upstairs Hermione was screaming worse than ever. And next to him Ron was bellowing, "Hermione! Hermione!" "How did you get into my vault?" they heard Bellatrix scream. "Did that dirty little goblin in the cellar help you?" "We only met him tonight," Hermione sobbed. "We've never been inside your vault. It isn't the real sword. It's a copy, just a copy." "A copy?" screeched Bellatrix. "Oh, a likely story." "But we can find out easily," came Lucius's voice. "Draco, fetch the goblin. He can tell us whether the sword is real or not." Harry dusted across the cellar to where Griphook was huddled on the floor. Griphook, he whispered into the goblin's pointed ear. "You must tell them that the sword's a fake. They mustn't know it's the real one. Griphook, please." He could hear someone scuttling down the cellar steps. Next moment, Malfoy's shaking voice spoke from behind the door. "Stand back. Line up against the back wall. Don't try anything, or I'll kill you." They did as they were bidden. As the lock turned, Ron clicked the deluminator and the lights whisked back into his pocket, restoring the cellar's darkness. The door flew open. Malfoy marched inside, wand held out in front of him, pale and determined. He seized the little goblin by the arm and backed out again, dragging Griphook with him. The door slammed shut, and at the same moment a loud crack echoed inside the cellar. Ron clicked the deluminator. 3 balls of light flew back into the air from his pocket, revealing Dobby, the house elf, who had just apparated into their midst. "Dob!" Harry hit Ron on the arm to stop him shouting, and Ron looked terrified at his mistake. Footsteps crossed the ceiling overhead, Draco marching Griphook to Bellatrix. Dobby's enormous tennis ball-shaped eyes were wide. He was trembling from his feet to the tips of his ears. He was back in the home of his old masters, and it was clear that he was petrified. "Harry Potter," he squeaked, in the tiniest quaver of the voice. "Dobby has come to rescue you." "But how did you—" An awful scream drowned Harry's words. Hermione was being tortured again. He cut to the essentials. "You can disapparate out of this cellar?" he asked Dobby, who nodded, his ears flapping. "And you can take humans with you?" Dobby nodded again. "Right, Dobby, I want you to grab Luna, Dean, and Mr. Ollivander and take them..." Take them to Bill and Fleur's, said Ron. Shell Cottage on the outskirts of Tinworth. The elf nodded for a third time. And then come back, said Harry. Can you do that, Dobby? Of course, Harry Potter, whispered the little elf. He hurried over to Mr. Ollivander, who appeared to be barely conscious. He took one of the wand-maker's hands in his own, then held out the other to Luna and Dean, neither of whom moved. Harry, we want to help you, Luna whispered. We can't leave you here, said Dean. Go, both of you. We'll see you at Bill and Fleur's. As Harry spoke, his scar burned worse than ever, and for a few seconds he looked down, not upon the wand-maker, but on another man who was just as old, just as thin, but laughing scornfully. Kill me then, Voldemort. I welcome death. But my death will not bring you what you seek. There is so much you do not understand. He felt Voldemort's fury, but as Hermione screamed again, he shut it out, returning to the cellar in the horror of his own present. Go! Harry beseeched Luna and Dean. Go! We'll follow! Just go! They caught hold of the elf's outstretched fingers. There was another loud crack, and Dobby, Luna, Dean, and Ollivander vanished. What was that? Shouted Lucius Malfoy from over their heads. Did you hear that? What was that noise in the cellar? Harry and Ron stared at each other. Draco, no. Call Wormtail. Make him go and check. Footsteps crossed the room overhead. Then there was silence. Harry knew that the people in the drawing room were listening for more noises from the cellar. We're going to have to try and tackle him, he whispered to Ron. They had no choice. The moment anyone entered the room and saw the absence of 3 prisoners, they were lost. Leave the lights on, Harry added, and as they heard someone descending the steps outside the door, they backed against the wall on either side of it. Stand back, came Wormtail's voice. Stand away from the door. I am coming in. The door flew open. For a split second, Wormtail gazed into the apparently empty cellar, ablaze with light from the 3 miniature suns floating in midair. Then Harry and Ron launched themselves upon him. Ron seized Wormtail's wand arm and forced it upwards. Harry slapped a hand to his mouth, muffling his voice. Silently they struggled. Wormtail's wand emitted sparks. His silver hand closed around Harry's throat. What is it, Wormtail? Called Lucius Malfoy from above. Nothing, Ron called back in a passable imitation of Wormtail's wheezy voice. All fine. Harry could barely breathe. You're going to kill me? Harry choked, attempting to prise off the metal fingers. After I saved your life? You owe me, Wormtail. The silver fingers slackened. Harry had not expected it. He wrenched himself free, astonished, keeping his hand over Wormtail's mouth. He saw the rat-like man's small, watery eyes widen with fear and surprise. He seemed just as shocked as Harry at what his hand had done, at the tiny, merciful impulse it had betrayed, and he continued to struggle more powerfully, as though to undo that moment of weakness. We'll have that, whispered Ron, tugging Wormtail's wand from his other hand. Wandless, helpless, Pettigrew's pupils dilated in terror. His eyes had slid from Harry's face to something else. His own silver fingers were moving inexorably towards his own throat. No! Without pausing to think, Harry tried to drag back the hand, but there was no stopping it. The silver tool that Voldemort had given his most cowardly servant had turned upon its disarmed and useless owner. Pettigrew was reaping his reward for his hesitation, his moment of pity. He was being strangled before their eyes. No! Ron had released Wormtail too, and together he and Harry tried to pull the crushing metal fingers from around Wormtail's throat, but it was no use. Pettigrew was turning blue. Relatio! Said Ron, pointing the wand at the silver hand, but nothing happened. Pettigrew dropped to his knees, and at the same moment, Hermione gave a dreadful scream from overhead. Wormtail's eyes rolled upwards in his purple's face. He gave a last twitch, and was still. Harry and Ron looked at each other, then, leaving Wormtail's body on the floor behind them, ran up the stairs, and back into the shadowy passageway leading to the drawing room. Cautiously, they crept along it until they reached the drawing room door, which was ajar. Now they had a clear view of Bellatrix looking down at Griphook, who was holding Gryffindor's sword in his long-fingered hands. Hermione was lying at Bellatrix's feet. She was barely stirring. "Well," Bellatrix said to Griphook, "is it the true sword?" Harry waited, holding his breath, fighting against the prickling of his scar. "No," said Griphook. "It is a fake." "Are you sure?" panted Bellatrix. "Quite sure?" "Yes," said the goblin. Relief broke across her face, all tension drained from it. "Good," she said, and with a casual flick of her wand, she slashed another deep cut into the goblin's face, and he dropped with a yell at her feet. She kicked him aside. "And now," she said in a voice that burst with triumph, "we call the Dark Lord." And she pushed back her sleeve and touched her forefinger to the dark mark. At once, Harry's scar felt as though it had split open again. His true surroundings vanished. He was Voldemort, and the skeletal wizard before him was laughing toothlessly at him. He was enraged at the summons he felt. He had warned them. He had told them to summon him for nothing less than Potter. If they were mistaken... "Kill me, then," demanded the old man. "You will not win. You cannot win. That wand will never, ever be yours." And Voldemort's fury broke. A burst of green light filled the prison room, and the frail, old body was lifted from its hard bed and then fell back, lifeless, and Voldemort returned to the window, his wrath barely controllable. They would suffer his retribution if they had no good reason for calling him back. "And I think," said Bellatrix's voice, "we can dispose of the mudblood. Greyback, take her if you want her." "No!" Ron had burst into the drawing room. Bellatrix looked round. Shocked, she turned her wand to face Ron instead. "Expelliarmus!" he roared, pointing Wormtail's wand at Bellatrix, and hers flew into the air and was caught by Harry, who had sprinted after Ron. Lucius, Narcissa, Draco, and Greyback wheeled about. Harry yelled, "Stupefy!" and Lucius Malfoy collapsed onto the hearth. Jets of flight flew from Draco's, Narcissus, and Greyback's wands. Harry threw himself to the floor, rolling behind a sofa to avoid them. "Stop, or she dies!" Panting, Harry peered around the edge of the sofa. Bellatrix was supporting Hermione, who seemed to be unconscious, and was holding her short silver knife to Hermione's throat. "Drop your wands," she whispered. "Drop them, or we'll see exactly how filthy her blood is." Ron stood rigid, clutching Wormtail's wand. Harry straightened up, still holding Bellatrix's. "I said drop them!" she screeched, pressing the blade into Hermione's throat. Harry saw beads of blood appear there. "All right," he shouted, and he dropped Bellatrix's wand onto the floor at his feet. Ron did the same with Wormtail's. Both raised their hands to shoulder height. "Good," she leered. "Draco, pick them up. The Dark Lord is coming, Harry Potter. Your death approaches." Harry knew it. His scar was bursting with the pain of it, and he could feel Voldemort flying through the sky from far away, over a dark and stormy sea. And soon he would be close enough to apparate to them, and Harry could see no way out. "Now," said Bellatrix softly, as Draco hurried back with the wands. "Sissy, I think we ought to tie these little heroes up again, while Greyback takes care of this mudblood." "I am sure the Dark Lord will not begrudge you the girl, Greyback, after what you have done tonight." At the last word, there was a particular grinding noise from above. All of them looked upwards in time to see the crystal chandelier tremble. Then, with a creak and an ominous jingling, it began to fall. Bellatrix was directly beneath it. Dropping Hermione, she threw herself aside with a scream. The chandelier crashed to the floor in an explosion of crystal and chains, falling on top of Hermione and the goblin, who still clutched the sword of Gryffindor. Glittering shards of crystal flew in all directions. Draco doubled over, his hands covering his bloody face. As Ron ran to pull Hermione out of the wreckage, Harry took his chance. He leapt over an armchair and wrested the 3 wands from Draco's grip, pointed all of them at Greyback, and yelled, "Stupefy!" The werewolf was lifted off his feet by the triple spell, flew up to the ceiling, and then smashed to the ground. As Narcissa dragged Draco out of the way of further harm, Bellatrix sprang to her feet, her hair flying as she brandished the silver knife. But Narcissa had directed her wand at the doorway. "Dobby!" she screamed, and even Bellatrix froze. You dropped the chandelier?" The tiny elf trotted into the room, his shaking finger pointing at his old mistress. "You must not hurt Harry Potter," he squeaked. "Kill him, sissy!" shrieked Bellatrix, but there was another loud crack, and Narcissa's wand too fell into the air and landed on the other side of the room. "You dirty little monkey!" bawled Bellatrix. "How dare you take a witch's wand? How dare you defy your masters?" "Dobby has no master," squealed the elf. "Dobby is a free elf, and Dobby has come to save Harry Potter and his friends." Harry's scar was blinding him with pain. Dimly, he knew that they had moments, seconds before Voldemort was with them. "Run, catch, and go!" he yelled, throwing one of the wands to him. Then he bent down to tug Griphook out from under the chandelier. Hoisting the groaning goblin, who still clung to the sword, over one shoulder, Harry seized Dobby's hand and he spun on the spot to disapparate. As he turned into darkness, he caught one last view of the drawing room, of the pale, frozen figures of Narcissa and Draco, of the streak of red that was Ron's hair, and a blur of flying silver, as Bellatrix's knife flew across the room at the place where he was vanishing. Bill and Fleur's Shell Cottage. Bill and Fleur's. He had disappeared into the unknown. All he could do was repeat the name of the destination and hope that it would suffice to take him there. The pain in his forehead pierced him, and the weight of the goblin bore down upon him. He could feel the blade of Gryffindor's sword bumping against his back. Dobby's hand jerked in his. He wondered whether the elf was trying to take charge, to pull them in the right direction, and tried, by squeezing the fingers, to indicate that this was fine with him. And then they hit solid earth and smelled salty air. Harry fell to his knees, relinquished Dobby's hand, and attempted to lower Griphook gently to the ground. "Are you all right?" he said as the goblin stirred, but Griphook merely whimpered. Harry squinted around through the darkness. There seemed to be a cottage a short way away under the wide starry sky, and he thought he saw movement outside it. "Dobby, it's a Shell Cottage," he whispered, clutching the 2 wands he had brought from the Malfoys, ready to fight if he needed to. "Have we come to the right place, Dobby?" He looked around. The little elf stood a feet from him. "Dobby!" The elf swayed slightly, stars reflected in his wide, shining eyes. Together, he and Harry looked down at the silver hilt of the knife protruding from the elf's heaving chest. "Dobby, no, help!" Harry bellowed towards the cottage, towards the people moving there. "Help!" He did not know or care whether they were wizards or muggles, friends or foes. All he cared about was that a dark stain was spreading across Dobby's front, and that he had stretched out his thin arms to Harry with a look of supplication. Harry caught him and laid him sideways on the cool grass. "Dobby, no, don't die! Don't die!" The elf's eyes found him, and his lips trembled with the effort to form words. "Harry Potter." And then, with a little shudder, the elf became quite still, and his eyes were nothing more than great glassy orbs, sprinkled with light from the stars they could not see. Chapter 24. The Wand Maker. It was like sinking into an old nightmare. For an instant, he knelt again beside Dumbledore's body at the foot of the tallest tower at Hogwarts. But in reality, he was staring at a tiny body curled upon the grass, pierced by Bellatrix's silver knife. Harry's voice was still saying, "Dobby! Dobby!" even though he knew that the elf had gone where he could not call him back. After a minute or so, he realized that they had, after all, come to the right place. For here were Bill and Fleur, Dean and Luna, gathering round him as he knelt over the elf. "Hermione," he said suddenly, "where is she?" "Ron's taking her inside," said Bill. "She'll be all right." Harry looked back down at Dobby. He stretched out a hand and pulled the sharp blade from the elf's body, then dragged off his own jacket and covered Dobby in it like a blanket. The sea was rushing against rocks somewhere nearby. Harry listened to it while the others talked, discussing matters in which he could take no interest, making decisions. Dean carried the injured grip hook into the house, Fleur hurrying it with them. Now Bill was making suggestions about burying the elf. Harry agreed without really knowing what he was saying. As he did so, he gazed down at the tiny body, and his scar prickled and burned. And in one part of his mind, viewed as if from the wrong end of a long telescope, he saw Voldemort punishing those they had left behind at Malfoy Manor. His rage was dreadful, and yet Harry's grief for Dobby seemed to diminish it, so that it became a distant storm that reached Harry from across a vast, silent ocean. "I want to do it properly," were the first words which Harry was fully conscious of speaking. "Not by magic. Have you got a spade?" And shortly afterwards he had set to work, alone, digging the grave in the place that Bill had shown him at the end of the garden, between bushes. He dug with a kind of fury, relishing the manual work, glorying in the non-magic of it, for every drop of his sweat and every blister felt like a gift to the elf who had saved their lives. His scar burned, but he was master of the pain. He felt it, yet was apart from it. He had learned control at last, learned to shut his mind to Voldemort, the very thing Dumbledore had wanted him to learn from Snape. Just as Voldemort had not been able to possess Harry while Harry was consumed with grief for Sirius, so his thoughts could not penetrate Harry now, while he mourned Dobby. Grief, it seemed, drove Voldemort out, though Dumbledore, of course, would have said that it was love. On Harry dug, deeper and deeper into the hard, cold earth, subsuming his grief in sweat, denying the pain in his scar. In the darkness, with nothing but the sound of his own breath and the rushing sea to keep him company, the things that had happened at the Malfoys returned to him. The things he had heard came back to him, and understanding blossomed in the darkness. The steady rhythm of his arms beat time with his thoughts. Hallows, Horcruxes, Hallows, Horcruxes. Yet he no longer burned with that weird, obsessive longing. Loss and fear had snuffed it out. He felt as though he had been slapped awake again. Deeper and deeper Harry sank into the grave, and he knew where Voldemort had been tonight, and whom he had killed in the topmost cell of Nermangard, and why. And he thought of Wormtail, dead because of one small, unconscious impulse of mercy. Dumbledore had foreseen that. How much more had he known? Harry lost track of time. He knew only that the darkness had lightened a few degrees when he was rejoined by Ron and Dean. "How's Hermione?" "Better," said Ron. "Fleur's looking after her." Harry had his retort ready for when they asked him why he had not simply created a perfect grave with his wand, but he did not need it. They jumped down into the hole he had made with spades of their own, and together they worked in silence until the hole seemed deep enough. Harry wrapped the elf more snugly in his jacket. Ron sat on the edge of the grave and stripped off his shoes and socks, which he placed upon the elf's bare feet. Dean produced a woolen hat, which Harry placed carefully upon Dobby's head, muffling his bat-like ears. We should close his eyes. Harry had not heard the others coming through the darkness. Bill was wearing a travelling cloak. Fleur a large white apron, from the pocket of which protruded a bottle of what Harry recognised to be Skelligro. Hermione was wrapped in a borrowed dressing gown, pale and unsteady on her feet. Ron put an arm around her when she reached him. Luna, who was huddled in one of Fleur's coats, crouched down and placed her fingers tenderly upon each of the elf's eyelids, sliding them over his glassy stare. There, she said softly. Now he could be sleeping. Harry placed the elf into the grave, arranged his tiny limbs so that he might have been resting, then climbed out and gazed for the last time upon the little body. He forced himself not to break down as he remembered Dumbledore's funeral, the rows and rows of golden chairs, and the Minister for Magic in the front row. The resuscitation of Dumbledore's achievements, the stateliness of the white marble tomb. He felt that Dobby deserved just as grand a funeral, and yet here the elf lay between bushes in a roughly dug hole. I think we ought to say something, piped up Luna. I'll go first, shall I? And as everybody looked at her, she addressed the dead elf at the bottom of the grave. Thank you so much, Dobby, for rescuing me from that cellar. It's so unfair that you had to die when you were so good and brave. I'll always remember what you did for us. I hope you're happy now. She turned and looked expectantly at Ron, who cleared his throat and said in a thick voice, Yeah, thanks, Dobby. Thanks, muttered Dean. Harry swallowed. Goodbye, Dobby, he said. It was all he could manage. But Luna had said it all for him. Bill raised his wand, and the pile of earth beside the grave rose up into the air and fell neatly upon it, a small reddish mound. Do you mind if I stay here a moment? He asked the others. They murmured words he did not catch. He felt gentle pats upon his back, and then they all trapezed back towards the cottage, leaving Harry alone beside the elf. He looked around. There were a number of large white stones, smoothed by the sea, marking the edge of the flower beds. He picked up one of the largest and laid it, pillow-like, over the place where Dobby's head now rested. He then felt in his pocket for a wand. There were two in there. He had forgotten, lost track. He could not now remember whose wands these were. He seemed to remember wrenching them out of someone's hand. He selected the shorter of the two, which felt friendlier in his hand, and pointed it at the rock. Slowly, under his murmured instruction, deep cuts appeared upon the rock's surface. He knew that Hermione could have done it more neatly, and probably more quickly, but he wanted to mark the spot as he had wanted to dig the grave. When Harry stood up again, the stone read, Here lies Dobby, a free elf. He looked down at his handiwork for a few more seconds, then walked away. His scar still prickling a little, and his mind full of those things that had come to him in the grave. Ideas that had taken shape in the darkness, ideas both fascinating and terrible. They were all sitting in the living room when he entered the little hall, their attention focused upon Bill, who was talking. The room was light-coloured, pretty, with a small fire of driftwood burning brightly in the fireplace. Harry did not want to drop mud upon the carpet, so he stood in the doorway, listening. Lucky that Ginny's on holiday. If she'd been at Hogwarts, they could have taken her before we reached her. Now we know she's safe too. He looked round and saw Harry standing there. I've been getting them all out of the burrow, he explained. Moved them to Muriel's. The Death Eaters know Ron's with you now. They're bound to target the family. Don't apologize, he added at the sight of Harry's expression. It was always a matter of time. Dad's been saying so for months. We're the biggest blood traitor family there is. How are they protected? Asked Harry. Fidelius charm, Dad's secret keeper. And we've done it on this cottage too. I'm secret keeper here. None of us can go to work, but that's hardly the most important thing now. Once Ollivander and Griphook are well enough, we'll move them to Muriel's too. There isn't much room here, but she's got plenty. Griphook's legs are on the mend. Fleur's given him Skellygrow. We could probably move them in an hour or... No, Harry said, and Bill looked startled. I need both of them here. I need to talk to them. It's important. He heard the authority in his own voice, the conviction, the sense of purpose that had come to him as he dug Dobby's grave. All of their faces were turned towards him, looking puzzled. I'm going to wash, Harry told Bill, looking down at his hands, still covered in mud and Dobby's blood. Then I'll need to see them, straight away. He walked into the little kitchen, to the basin beneath a window overlooking the sea. Dawn was breaking over the horizon, shell pink and faintly gold, as he washed, again following the train of thought that had come to him in the dark garden. Dobby would never be able to tell them who had sent him to the cellar, but Harry knew what he had seen. A piercing blue eye had looked out of the mirror fragment, and then help had come. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Harry dried his hands, impervious to the beauty of the scene outside the window and the murmuring of the others in the sitting room. He looked out over the ocean and felt closer, this dawn than ever before, closer to the heart of it all. And still his scar prickled, and he knew that Voldemort was getting there too. Harry understood, and yet did not understand. His instinct was telling him one thing, his brain quite another. The Dumbledore in Harry's head smiled, surveying Harry over the tips of his fingers, pressed together as if in prayer. You gave Ron the Deluminator. You understood him. You gave him a way back. And you understood Wormtail too. You knew there was a bit of regret there, somewhere. And if you knew them, what did you know about me, Dumbledore? Am I meant to know, but not to seek? Did you know how hard I'd find that? Is that why you made it this difficult? So I'd have time to work that out? Harry stood quite still, eyes glazed, watching the place where a bright gold rim of dazzling sun was rising over the horizon. Then he looked down at his clean hands, and was momentarily surprised to see the cloth he was holding in them. He set it down and returned to the hall, and as he did so, he felt his scar pulse angrily, and there flashed across his mind, swift as the reflection of a dragonfly over water, the outline of a building he knew extremely well. Bill and Fleur were standing at the foot of the stairs. I need to speak to Griphook and Ollivander, Harry said. No, said Fleur. You will have to wait, Harry. They are both ill. Tired. I'm sorry, he said without heat, but it can't wait. I need to talk to them now. Privately. And separately. It's urgent. Harry, what the hell's going on? Asked Bill. You turn up here with a dead house elf and a half-conscious goblin. Hermione looks as though she's been tortured, and Ron's just refused to tell me anything. We can't tell you what we're doing, said Harry flatly. You're in the Order, Bill. You know Dumbledore left us a mission. We're not supposed to talk about it to anyone else. Fleur made an impatient noise, but Bill did not look at her. He was staring at Harry. His deeply scarred face was hard to read. Finally, Bill said, All right. Who do you want to talk to first? Harry hesitated. He knew what hung on his decision. There was hardly any time left. Now was the moment to decide. Horcruxes or Hallows? Griphook, Harry said. I'll speak to Griphook first. His heart was racing, as if he'd been sprinting and had just cleared an enormous obstacle. Up here, then, said Bill, leading the way. Harry had walked up several steps before stopping and looking back. I need you two as well, he called to Ron and Hermione, who had been skulking half-concealed in the doorway of the sitting room. They both moved into the light, looking oddly relieved. How are you? Harry asked Hermione. You were amazing, coming up with that story when she was hurting you like that. Hermione gave a weak smile as Ron gave her a one-armed squeeze. What are we doing now, Harry? He asked. You'll see. Come on. Harry, Ron and Hermione followed Bill up the steep stairs, onto a small landing. 3 doors led off it. In here, said Bill, opening the door to his and Fleur's room. It, too, had a view of the sea, now flecked with gold in the sunrise. Harry moved to the window, turned his back on the spectacular view, and waited, his arms folded, his scar prickling. Hermione took the chair beside the dressing table. Ron sat on the arm. Bill reappeared, carrying the little goblin, whom he sat down carefully upon the bed. Griphook grunted thanks, and Bill left, closing the door upon them all. I'm sorry to take you out of bed, said Harry. How are your legs? Painful, replied the goblin, but mending. He was still clutching the sword of Gryffindor and wore a strange look, half truculent, half intrigued. Harry noticed the goblin's sallow skin, his long, thin fingers, his black eyes. Fleur had removed his shoes. His long feet were dirty. He was larger than a house elf, but not by much. His domed head was much bigger than a human's. You probably don't remember, Harry began. That I was the goblin who showed you to your vault, the first time you ever visited Gringotts, said Griphook. I remember, Harry Potter. Even amongst goblins, you are very famous. Harry and the goblin looked at each other, sizing each other up. Harry's scar was still prickling. He wanted to get through this interview with Griphook quickly, and at the same time was afraid of making a false move. While he tried to decide on the best way to approach his request, the goblin broke the silence. You buried the elf, he said, sounding unexpectedly rancorous. I watched you. From the window of the bedroom next door. Yes, said Harry. Griphook looked at him out of the corners of his slanting black eyes. You are an unusual wizard, Harry Potter. In what way? Asked Harry, rubbing his scar absently. You dug the grave. So? Griphook did not answer. Harry rather thought he was being sneered at for acting like a muggle, but it did not much matter to him whether Griphook approved of Dobby's grave or not. He gathered himself for the attack. Griphook, I need to ask. You also rescued a goblin. What? You brought me here. Saved me. Well, I take it you're not sorry, said Harry a little impatiently. No, Harry Potter, said Griphook, and with one finger he twisted the thin, black beard upon his chin. But you are a very odd wizard. Right, said Harry. Well, I need some help, Griphook, and you can give it to me. The goblin made no sign of encouragement, but continued to frown at Harry as though he had never seen anything like him. I need to break into a Gringotts vault. Harry had not meant to say it so boldly. The words were forced from him as pain shot through his lightning scar, and he saw again the outline of Hogwarts. He closed his mind firmly. He needed to deal with Griphook first. Ron and Hermione were staring at Harry as though he had gone mad. "Harry," said Hermione, but she was cut off by Griphook. "Break into a Gringotts vault?" repeated the goblin, wincing a little as he shifted his position upon the bed. "It is impossible." "No, it isn't," Ron contradicted him. "It's been done." "Yeah," said Harry, "the same day I first met you, Griphook. My birthday 7 years ago." "The vault in question was empty at the time," snapped the goblin, and Harry understood that even though Griphook had left Gringotts, he was offended at the idea of its defences being breached. Its protection was minimal. "Well, the vault we need to get into isn't empty, and I'm guessing its protection will be pretty powerful," said Harry. "It belongs to the Lestranges." He saw Hermione and Ron look at each other, astonished, but there would be time to explain after Griphook had given his answer. "You have no chance," said Griphook flatly. "No chance at all. If you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours..." "Thief, you have been warned. Beware." "Yeah, I know. I remember," said Harry. "But I'm not trying to get myself any treasure. I'm not trying to take anything for personal gain." "Can you believe that?" The goblin looked slantwise at Harry, and the lightning scar on Harry's forehead prickled, but he ignored it, refusing to acknowledge its pain or its invitation. "If there was a wizard of whom I would believe that they did not seek personal gain," said Griphook finally, "it would be you, Harry Potter. Goblins and elves are not used to the protection or the respect that you have shown this night. Not from wand carriers." "Wand carriers," repeated Harry. The phrase fell oddly upon his ears as his scar prickled, as Voldemort turned his thoughts northwards, and as Harry burned to question Ollivander next door. "The right to carry a wand," said the goblin quietly, "has long been contested between wizards and goblins." "Well, goblins can do magic without wands," said Ron. "That is immaterial. Wizards refuse to share the secrets of wand lore with other magical beings. They deny us the possibility of extending our powers." "Well, goblins won't share any of their magic either," said Ron. "You won't tell us how to make swords and armor the way you do. Goblins know how to work metal in a way wizards have never..." "It doesn't matter," said Harry, noting Griphook's rising colour. "This isn't about wizards versus goblins or any other sort of magical creature." Griphook gave a nasty laugh. "But it is. It is about precisely that. As the Dark Lord becomes ever more powerful, your race is set still more firmly above mine. Gringotts falls under wizarding rule. House elves are slaughtered, and who amongst the wand carriers protests?" "We do," said Hermione. She had sat up straight, her eyes bright. "We protest. And I'm hunted quite as much as any goblin or elf, Griphook. I'm a mudblood." "Don't call yourself..." Mon muttered. "Why shouldn't I?" said Hermione. "Mudblood, I'm proud of it. I've got no higher position under this new order than you have, Griphook. It was me they chose to torture back at the Malfoys." As she spoke, she pulled aside the neck of the dressing gown to reveal the thin cut Bellatrix had made, scarlet against her throat. "Did you know that it was Harry who set Dobby free?" she asked. "Did you know that we wanted elves to be freed for years?" Ron fidgeted uncomfortably on the arm of Hermione's chair. "You can't want you-know-who defeated more than we do, Griphook." The goblin gazed at Hermione with the same curiosity he had shown Harry. "What do you seek within the Lestrange's vault?" he asked abruptly. "The sword that lies inside it is a fake. This is the real one." He looked from one to the other of them. "I think that you already know this. You asked me to lie for you back there." But the fake sword isn't the only thing in that vault, is it? Asked Harry. Perhaps you've seen other things in there. His heart was pounding harder than ever. He redoubled his efforts to ignore the pulsing of his scar. The goblin twisted his beard around his finger again. It is against our code to speak of the secrets of Gringotts. We are the guardians of fabulous treasures. We have a duty to the objects placed in our care, which were so often wrought by our fingers. The goblin stroked the sword, and his black eyes roved from Harry to Hermione to Ron, and then back again. So young, he said finally, to be fighting so many. Will you help us? Said Harry. We haven't got a hope of breaking in without a goblin's help. You're our one chance. I shall think about it, said Griphook maddeningly. But Ron started angrily. Hermione nudged him in the ribs. Thank you, said Harry. The goblin bowed his great domed head in acknowledgement, then flexed his short legs. I think, he said, settling himself ostentatiously upon Bill and Fleur's bed, that the Skelligrow has finished its work. I may be able to sleep at last. Forgive me. Yeah, of course, said Harry, but before leaving the room he leaned forwards and took the sword of Gryffindor from beside the goblin. Griphook did not protest, but Harry thought he saw resentment in the goblin's eyes as he closed the door upon him. Little git, whispered Ron. He's enjoying keeping us hanging. Harry, whispered Hermione, putting them both away from the door into the middle of the still dark landing. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Are you saying there's a Horcrux in the Lestrange's vault? Yes, said Harry. Bellatrix was terrified when she thought we'd been in there. She was beside herself. Why? What did she think we'd seen? What else did you think we might have taken? Something she was petrified you-know-who would find out about. But I thought we were looking for places you-know-who's been. Places he's done something important, said Ron, looking baffled. Was he ever inside the Lestrange's vault? I don't know whether he was ever inside Gringotts, said Harry. He never had gold there when he was younger, because nobody left him anything. He would have seen the bank from the outside, though, the first time he ever went to Diagon Alley. Harry's scar throbbed, but he ignored it. He wanted Ron and Hermione to understand about Gringotts before they spoke to Ollivander. I think he would have envied anyone who had a key to a Gringotts vault. I think he'd have seen it as a real symbol of belonging to the wizarding world. And don't forget, he trusted Bellatrix and her husband. They were his most devoted servants before he fell, and they went looking for him after he vanished. He said it the night he came back. I heard him. Harry rubbed his scar. I don't think he'd have told Bellatrix it was a Horcrux, though. He never told Lucius Malfoy the truth about the diary. He probably told her it was a treasured possession and asked her to place it in her vault. The safest place in the world for anything you want to hide, Hagrid told me. Except for Hogwarts. When Harry had finished speaking, Ron shook his head. You really understand him? Bits of him, said Harry. Bits. I just wish I'd understood Dumbledore as much. But we'll see. Come on, Ollivander now. Ron and Hermione looked bewildered, but impressed, as they followed him across the little landing and knocked upon the door opposite Bill and Fleur's. A weak, "Come in," answered them. The wand-maker was lying on the twin bed furthest from the window. He had been held in the cellar for more than a year, and tortured, Harry knew, on at least one occasion. He was emaciated, the bones of his face sticking out sharply against the yellowish skin. His great, silver eyes seemed vast in their sunken sockets. The hands that lay upon the blanket could have belonged to a skeleton. Harry sat down on the empty bed, beside Ron and Hermione. The rising sun was not visible here. The room faced the cliff-top garden and the freshly dug grave. "Mr. Ollivander, I'm sorry to disturb you," Harry said. "My dear boy," Ollivander's voice was feeble. "You rescued us. I thought we would die in that place. I can never thank you. Never thank you enough." "We were glad to do it." Harry's scar throbbed. He knew, he was certain, that there was hardly any time left in which to beat Voldemort to his goal, or else to attempt to thwart him. He felt a flutter of panic, yet he had made his decision when he chose to speak to Griphook first. Feigning a calm he did not feel, he groped in the pouch around his neck and took out the two halves of his broken wand. "Mr. Ollivander, I need some help." Anything, said the Wandmaker weakly. "Can you mend this? Is it possible?" Ollivander held out a trembling hand, and Harry placed the two barely connected halves into his palm. "Holly and a phoenix feather," said Ollivander in a tremulous voice. 11 inches. Nice and supple." "Yes," said Harry. "Can you—" "No," whispered Ollivander. "I am sorry, very sorry, but a wand that has suffered this degree of damage cannot be repaired by any means that I know of." Harry had been braced to hear it, but it was a blow nevertheless. He took the wand halves back and replaced them in the pouch around his neck. Ollivander stared at the place where the shattered wand had vanished, and did not look away until Harry had taken from his pocket the two wands he had brought from the Malfoys. "Can you identify these?" Harry asked. The Wandmaker took the first of the wands and held it close to his faded eyes, rolling it between his noble-knuckled fingers, flexing it slightly. "Walnut and dragon heartstring," he said. 12 3/4 inches. Unyielding. This wand belonged to Bellatrix Lestrange. "And this one?" Ollivander performed the same examination. "Hawthorn and unicorn hair. 10 inches precisely. Reasonably springy." This was the wand of Draco Malfoy. "Was?" repeated Harry. "Isn't it still his?" "Perhaps not, if you took it." "I did." "Then it may be yours." "Of course, the manner of taking matters. Much also depends upon the wand itself. In general, however, where a wand has been won, its allegiance will change." There was silence in the room, except for the distant rushing of the sea. "You talk about wands like they've got feelings," said Harry. "Like they can think for themselves." "The wand chooses the wizard," said Ollivander. "That much has always been clear to those of us who have studied wand lore." "A person can still use a wand that hasn't chosen them, though?" asked Harry. "Oh yes, if you are any wizard at all, you will be able to channel your magic through almost any instrument. The best results, however, must always come where there is the strongest affinity between wizard and wand. These connections are complex, an initial attraction, and then a mutual quest for experience. The wand learning from the wizard from the wand." The sea gushed forwards and backwards. It was a mournful sound. "I took this wand from Draco Malfoy by force," said Harry. "Can I use it safely?" "I think so. Subtle laws govern wand ownership, but the conquered wand will usually bend its will to its new master." "So I should use this one," said Ron, pulling Wormtail's wand out of his pocket and handing it to Ollivander. "Chestnut and dragon heartstring." 9¼ inches. Brittle. I was forced to make this shortly after my kidnap. For Peter Pettigrew. Yes, if you won it, it is more likely to do your bidding, and do it well, than another wand. And this holds true for all wands, does it? Asked Harry. I think so, replied Ollivander, his protuberant eyes upon Harry's face. You ask deep questions, Mr. Potter. Wand lore is a complex and mysterious branch of magic. So it isn't necessary to kill the previous owner to take true possession of a wand? Asked Harry. Ollivander swallowed. Necessary? No, I should not say that it is necessary to kill. There are legends, though, said Harry, and his heart rate quickened. The pain in his scar became more intense. He was sure that Voldemort had decided to put his idea into action. Legends about a wand, or wands, that are passed from hand to hand by murder. Ollivander turned pale. Against the snowy pillow he was light grey, and his eyes were enormous, bloodshot, and bulging with what looked like fear. Only one wand, I think, he whispered. And you know who is interested in it, isn't he? Asked Harry. How? Croaked Ollivander, and he looked appealingly at Ron and Hermione for help. How do you know this? He wanted you to tell him how to overcome the connection between our wands, said Harry. Ollivander looked terrified. He tortured me. You must understand that. The Cruciatus curse. I had no choice but to tell him what I knew. Or what I guessed. I understand, said Harry. You told him about the twin cores. You said he just had to borrow another wizard's wand. Ollivander looked horrified, transfixed by the amount that Harry knew. He nodded slowly. But it didn't work, Harry went on. Mine still beat the borrowed wand. Do you know why that is? Ollivander shook his head as slowly as he had just nodded. I had never heard of such a thing. Your wand performed something unique that night. The connection of the twin cores is incredibly rare. Yet why your wand should have snapped the borrowed wand, I do not know. We were talking about the other wand, the one that changes hands by murder. When you know who realized my wand had done something strange, he came back and asked about that other wand, didn't he? How do you know this? Harry did not answer. Yes, he asked, whispered Ollivander. He wanted to know everything I could tell him about the wand variously known as the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny, or the Elder Wand. Harry glanced sideways at Hermione. She looked flabbergasted. The Dark Lord, said Ollivander in hushed and frightened tones, had always been happy with the wand I made him. You and Phoenix Feather, 13½ inches, until he discovered the connection of the twin cores. Now he seeks another, more powerful wand, as the only way to conquer yours. But he'll know soon, if he doesn't already, that mine's broken beyond repair, said Harry quietly. No, said Hermione, sounding frightened. He can't know that, Harry. How could he? Priori Incantatem, said Harry. We left your wand and the Blackthorn wand at the Malfoys, Hermione. If they examine them properly, make them recreate the spells they've cast lately, they'll see that yours broke mine. They'll see that you tried and failed to mend it, and they'll realise that I've been using the Blackthorn one ever since. The little colour she had regained since their arrival had drained from her face. Ron gave Harry a reproachful look and said, Let's not worry about that now. but Mr. Ollivander intervened. "The Dark Lord no longer seeks the Elder Wand only for your destruction, Mr. Potter. He is determined to possess it because he believes it will make him truly invulnerable." "And will it?" "The owner of the Elder Wand must always fear attack," said Ollivander. "But the idea of the Dark Lord in possession of the Death Stick is, I must admit, formidable." Harry was suddenly reminded of how he had been unsure when they first met, of how much he liked Ollivander. Even now, having been tortured and imprisoned by Voldemort, the idea of the Dark Wizard in possession of this wand seemed to enthrall him as much as it has repulsed him. "You really think this wand exists then, Mr. Ollivander?" asked Hermione. "Oh yes," said Ollivander. "Yes, it is perfectly possible to trace the wand's course through history. There are gaps, of course, and long ones, where it vanishes from view, temporarily lost or hidden, but it always resurfaces. It has certain identifying characteristics that those who are learned in wand lore recognize. There are written accounts, some of them obscure, that I and other wand makers have made it our business to study. They have the ring of authenticity." "So you don't really think it could be a fairy tale? Or a myth?" Hermione asked hopefully. "No," said Ollivander. "Whether it needs to pass by murder, I do not know. Its history is bloody, but that may be simply due to the fact that it is such a desirable object and arouses such passions in wizards. Immensely powerful, dangerous in the wrong hands, and an object of incredible fascination to all of us who study the power of wands." "Mr. Ollivander," said Harry, "you told you-know-who that Grigorovitch had the Elder Wand, didn't you?" Ollivander turned, if possible, even paler. He looked ghostly as he gulped. But how do you—" "Never mind how I know it," said Harry, closing his eyes momentarily as his scar burned, and he saw, for mere seconds, a vision of the main street in Hogsmeade, still dark, because it was so much further north. "You told you-know-who that Grigorovitch had the wand." "It was a rumour," whispered Ollivander. "A rumour, years and years ago, long before you were born. I believe Grigorovitch himself started it. You can see how good it would be for business, that he was studying and duplicating the qualities of the Elder Wand." "Yes, I can see that," said Harry. He stood up. "Mr. Ollivander, one last thing, and then we'll let you get some rest. What do you know about the Deathly Hallows?" The what?" asked the wand maker, looking utterly bewildered. "The Deathly Hallows." "I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Is this still something to do with wands?" Harry looked into the sunken face and believed that Ollivander was not acting. He did not know about the Hallows. "Thank you," said Harry. "Thank you very much. We'll leave you to get some rest now." Ollivander looked stricken. "He was torturing me," he gasped. The Cruciatus curse. You have no idea." "I do," said Harry. "I really do. Please get some rest. Thank you for telling me all of this." He led Ron and Hermione down the staircase. Harry caught a glimpse of Bill, Fleur, Luna and Dean sitting at the table in the kitchen, cups of tea in front of them. They all looked up at Harry as he appeared in the doorway, but he merely nodded to them and continued into the garden, Ron and Hermione behind him. The reddish mound of earth that covered Dobby lay ahead, and Harry walked back to it, as the pain in his head built up more and more painfully. It was a huge effort now to close down the visions that were forcing themselves upon him, but he knew that he would have to resist only a little longer, He would yield very soon, because he needed to know that his theory was right. He must make only one more short effort so that he could explain to Ron and Hermione. Grigorovich had the Elder Wand a long time ago, he said. I saw you-know-who trying to find him. When he tracked him down, he found that Grigorovich didn't have it anymore. It was stolen from him by Grindelwald. How Grindelwald found out that Grigorovich had it, I don't know. But if Grigorovich was stupid enough to spread the rumour, it can't have been that difficult. Voldemort was at the gates of Hogwarts. Harry could see him standing there, and see too the lamp bobbing in the pre-dawn, coming closer and closer. And Grindelwald used the Elder Wand to become powerful, and at the height of his power, when Dumbledore knew he was the only one who could stop him, he duelled Grindelwald, and beat him, and he took the Elder Wand. Dumbledore had the Elder Wand? Said Ron. Then, where is it now? At Hogwarts, said Harry, fighting to remain with them in the cliff-top garden. But then, let's go, said Ron urgently. Harry, let's go and get it, before he does. It's too late for that, said Harry. He could not help himself, but clutched his head, trying to help it resist. He knows where it is. He's there now. Harry, Ron said furiously, how long have you known this? Why have we been wasting time? Why did you talk to Griphook first? We could have gone. We could still go. No, said Harry, and he sank to his knees in the grass. Hermione's right. Dumbledore didn't want me to have it. He didn't want me to take it. He wanted me to get the Horcruxes. The unbeatable wand, Harry, moaned Ron. I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to get the Horcruxes. And now everything was cool and dark. The sun was barely visible over the horizon as he glided alongside Snape, up through the grounds towards the lake. I shall join you in the castle shortly, he said in his high, cold voice. Leave me now. Snape bowed and set off back up the path, his black cloak billowing behind him. Harry walked slowly, waiting for Snape's figure to disappear. It would not do for Snape, or indeed anyone else, to see where he was going. But there were no lights in the castle windows, and he could conceal himself. And in a second he had cast upon himself a disillusionment charm that hid him even from his own eyes. And he walked on, around the edge of the lake, taking in the outlines of the beloved castle, his first kingdom, his birthright. And here it was, beside the lake, reflected in the dark waters, the white marble tomb, an unnecessary blot on the familiar landscape. He felt again that rush of controlled euphoria, that heady sense of purpose in destruction. He raised the old yew wand. How fitting that this would be its last great act. The tomb split open from head to foot. The shrouded figure was as long and thin as it had been in life. He raised the wand again. The wrappings fell open. The face was translucent, pale, sunken, yet almost perfectly preserved. They had left his spectacles on the crooked nose. He felt amused derision. Dumbledore's hands were folded upon his chest, and there it lay, clutched beneath them, buried with him. Had the old fool imagined that marble or death would protect the wand? Had he thought that the Dark Lord would be scared to violate his tomb? The spider-like hand swooped and pulled the wand from Dumbledore's grasp, and as he took it, a shower of sparks flew from its tip, sparkling over the corpse of its last owner, ready to serve a new master at last. Chapter 25. Shell Cottage. Bill and Fleur's cottage stood alone on a cliff overlooking the sea, its walls embeddled with shells and whitewashed. It was a lonely and beautiful place. Wherever Harry went inside the tiny cottage or its garden, he could hear the constant ebb and flow of the sea, like the breathing of some great slumbering creature. He spent much of the next few days making excuses to escape the crowded cottage, craving the cliff-top view of open sky and wide, empty sea, and the feel of cold, salty wind on his face. The enormity of his decision not to raise Voldemort to the wand still scared Harry. He could not remember, ever before, choosing not to act. He was full of doubts that Ron could not help voicing whenever they were together. What if Dumbledore wanted us to work out the symbol in time to get the wand? What if working out what the symbol meant made you worthy to get the Hallows? Harry, if that really is the Elder Wand, how the hell are we supposed to finish off you-know-who? Harry had no answers. There were moments when he wondered whether it had been outright madness not to try to prevent Voldemort breaking open the tomb. He could not even explain satisfactorily why he had decided against it. Every time he tried to reconstruct the internal arguments that had led to his decision, they sounded feebler to him. The odd thing was that Hermione's support made him feel just as confused as Ron's doubts. Now forced to accept that the Elder Wand was real, she maintained that it was an evil object, and that the way Voldemort had taken possession of it was repellent, not to be considered. "You could never have done that, Harry," she said again and again. "You couldn't have broken into Dumbledore's grave." But the idea of Dumbledore's corpse frightened Harry much less than the possibility that he might have misunderstood the living Dumbledore's intentions. He felt that he was still groping in the dark. He had chosen his path, but kept looking back, wondering whether he had misread the signs, whether he should not have taken the other way. From time to time, anger at Dumbledore crashed over him again, powerful as the waves slamming themselves against the cliff beneath the cottage. Anger that Dumbledore had not explained before he had died. "But is he dead?" said Ron 3 days after they had arrived at the cottage. Harry had been staring out over the wall that separated the cottage garden from the cliff when Ron and Hermione had found him. He wished they had not, having no wish to join in with their argument. "Yes, he is, Ron. Please don't start that again." "Look at the facts, Hermione," said Ron, speaking across Harry, who continued to gaze at the horizon. "The silver doe, the sword, the eye Harry saw in the mirror." "Harry admits he could have imagined the eye. Don't you, Harry?" "I could have," said Harry, without looking at her. "But you don't think you did, do you?" asked Ron. "No, I don't," said Harry. "There you go," said Ron quickly, before Hermione could carry on. "If it wasn't Dumbledore, explain how Dobby knew where we were in the cellar, Hermione." "I can't. But can you explain how Dumbledore sent him to us if he's lying in a tomb at Hogwarts?" "I dunno. It could have been his ghost." "Dumbledore wouldn't come back as a ghost," said Harry. There was little about Dumbledore he was sure of now, but he knew that much. He would have gone on. "What do you mean, gone on?" asked Ron, but before Harry could say any more, a voice behind him said, "Harry?" Fleur had come out of the cottage, her long silver hair flying in the breeze. "Harry, Griphook would like to speak to you. He is in the smallest bedroom. He says he does not want to be overheard." Her dislike of the goblin sending her to deliver messages was clear. She looked irritable as she walked back around the house. Griphook was waiting for them, as Fleur had said, in the tiniest of the cottage's 3 bedrooms, in which Hermione and Luna slept by night. He had drawn the red cotton curtains against the bright, cloudy sky, which gave the room a fiery glow at odds with the rest of the airy, light cottage. I have reached my decision, Harry Potter, said the goblin, who was sitting cross-legged in a low chair, drumming its arms with his spindly fingers. Though the goblins of Gringotts will consider it base treachery, I have decided to help you. That's great, said Harry, relief surging through him. Griphook, thank you, we're really... In return, said the goblin firmly, for payment. Slightly taken aback, Harry hesitated. How much do you want? I've got gold. Not gold, said Griphook. I have gold. His black eyes glittered. There were no whites to his eyes. I want the sword. The sword of Godric, Gryffindor. Harry's spirits plummeted. You can't have that, he said. I'm sorry. Then, said the goblin softly, we have a problem. We can give you something else, said Ron eagerly. I'll bet the Lestranges have loads of stuff. You can take your pick once we get into the vault. He had said the wrong thing. Griphook flushed angrily. I am not a thief, boy. I am not trying to procure treasures to which I have no right. The sword's ours. It is not, said the goblin. We're Gryffindors, and it was Godric Gryffindors. And before it was Gryffindors, whose was it? Demanded the goblin, sitting up straight. No one's, said Ron. It was made for him, wasn't it? No, cried the goblin, bristling with anger as he pointed a long finger at Ron. Wizarding arrogance again? That sword was Ragnarok the First's, taken from him by Godric Gryffindor. It is a lost treasure, a masterpiece of goblin work. It belongs with the goblins. The sword is the price of my hire. Take it, or leave it. Griphook glared at them. Harry glanced at the other two, then said, We need to discuss this, Griphook, if that's all right. Could you give us a few minutes? The goblin nodded, looking sour. Downstairs in the empty sitting room, Harry walked to the fireplace, brow furrowed, trying to think what to do. Behind him, Ron said, He's having a laugh. We can't let him have that sword. Is it true? Harry asked Hermione. Was the sword stolen by Gryffindor? I don't know, she said hopelessly. Wizarding history often skates over what the wizards have done to other magical races. But there's no account that I know of that says Gryffindor stole the sword. It'll be one of those goblin stories, said Ron, about how the wizards are always trying to get one over on them. I suppose we should think ourselves lucky he hasn't asked for one of our wands. Goblins have got a good reason to dislike wizards, Ron, said Hermione. They've been treated brutally in the past. Goblins aren't exactly fluffy little bunnies, though, are they? Said Ron. They've killed plenty of us. They fought dirty, too. But arguing with Griphook about whose race is most underhand and violent isn't going to make him more likely to help us, is it? There was a pause while they tried to think of a way round the problem. Harry looked out of the window at Dobby's grave. Luna was arranging sea lavender in a jam jar beside the headstone. Okay, said Ron, and Harry turned back to face him. How's this? We tell Griphook we need the sword until we get inside the vault, and then he can have it. There's a fake in there, isn't there? We switch them and give him the fake. Ron, he'd know the difference better than we would, snapped Hermione. He's the only one who'd realised there'd been a swap. Yeah, but we could scarper before he realises. He quailed beneath the look Hermione was giving him. That, she said quietly, it's despicable. Ask for his help, then double-cross him? And you wonder why goblins don't like wizards, Ron? Ron's ears had turned red. All right. It was the only thing I could think of. What's your solution, then? We need to offer him something else. Something just as valuable. Brilliant. I'll go and get one of our other ancient goblin-made swords and you can gift wrap it. Silence fell between them again. Harry was sure that the goblin would accept nothing but the sword, even if they had something as valuable to offer him. Yet the sword was their one indispensable weapon against the Horcruxes. He closed his eyes for a moment or two and listened to the rush of the sea. The idea that Gryffindor might have stolen the sword was unpleasant to him. He had always been proud to be a Gryffindor. Gryffindor had been the champion of Muggleborns, the wizard who had clashed with the pure-blood-loving Slytherin. Maybe he's lying, Harry said, opening his eyes again. Griphook. Maybe Gryffindor didn't take the sword. How do we know the goblin version of history's right? Does it make a difference? Asked Hermione. Changes how I feel about it, said Harry. He took a deep breath. We'll tell him he can have the sword after he's helped us get into the vault, but we'll be careful to avoid telling him exactly when he can have it. A grin spread slowly across Ron's face. Hermione, however, looked alarmed. Harry, we can't. He can have it, Harry went on, after we've used it on all of the Horcruxes. I'll make sure he gets it then. I'll keep my word. But that could be years, said Hermione. I know that, but he needn't. I won't be lying, really. Harry met her eyes with a mixture of defiance and shame. He remembered the words that had been engraved under the gateway to Gnomengarde. For the greater good. He pushed the idea away. What choice did they have? I don't like it, said Hermione. Nor do I much, Harry admitted. Well, I think it's genius, said Ron, standing up again. Let's go and tell him. Back in the smallest bedroom, Harry made the offer, careful to phrase it so not to give any definite time for the handover of the sword. Hermione frowned at the floor while he was speaking. He felt irritated at her, afraid that she might give the game away. However, Griphook had eyes for nobody but Harry. I have your word, Harry Potter, that you will give me the sword of Gryffindor if I help you? Yes, said Harry. Then shake, said the goblin, holding out his hand. Harry took it and shook. He wondered whether those black eyes saw any misgivings in his own. Then Griphook relinquished him, clapped his hands together and said, So, we begin. It was like planning to break into the ministry all over again. They settled to work in the smallest bedroom, which was kept, according to Griphook's preference, in semi-darkness. I have visited the Lestrange's vault only once, Griphook told them. On the occasion I was told to place inside it the false sword. It is one of the most ancient chambers. The oldest wizarding families store their treasures at the deepest level, where the vaults are largest and best protected. They remained shut in the cupboard-like room for hours at a time. Slowly, the days stretched into weeks. There was problem after problem to overcome, not least of which was that their store apologies potion was greatly depleted. There's really only enough left for one of us, said Hermione, tilting the thick mud-like potion against the lamplight. That'll be enough, said Harry, who was examining Griphook's hand-drawn map of the deepest passageways. The other inhabitants of Shell Cottage could hardly fail to notice that something was going on, now that Harry, Ron, and Hermione only emerged for mealtimes. Nobody asked questions, although Harry often felt Bill's eyes on the three of them at the table, thoughtful, concerned. The longer they spent together, the more Harry realized that he did not much like the goblin. Griphook was unexpectedly bloodthirsty, laughed at the idea of pain in lesser creatures, and seemed to relish the possibility that they might have to hurt other wizards to reach the Lestrange's vault. Harry could tell that his distaste was shared by the other two, but they did not discuss it. They needed Griphook. The goblin ate only grudgingly with the rest of them. Even after his legs had mended, he continued to request trays of food in his room, like the still frail Ollivander, until Bill, following an angry outburst from Fleur, went upstairs to tell him that the arrangement could not continue. Therefore, Griphook joined them at the overcrowded table, although he refused to eat the same food, insisting instead on lumps of raw meat, roots, and various fungi. Harry felt responsible. It was, after all, he who had insisted that the goblin remain at Shell Cottage so that he could question him. His fault that the whole Weasley family had been driven into hiding, that Bill, Fred, George, and Mr. Weasley could no longer work. I'm sorry, he told Fleur one blustery April evening as he helped her prepare dinner. I never meant you to have to deal with all of this. She had just set some knives to work, chopping up steaks for Griphook and Bill, who had preferred his meat bloody ever since he had been attacked by Greyback. While the knife sliced away behind her, her somewhat irritable expression softened. Harry, you saved my sister's life. I do not forget. This was not, strictly speaking, true, but Harry decided against reminding her that Gabrielle had never been in any real danger. Anyway, Fleur went on, pointing her wand at a pot of sauce on the stove, which began to bubble at once. Mr. Ollivander leaves for Muriel's this evening. That will make things easier. The goblin, she scowled a little at the mention of him, can move downstairs. And you, Ron and Dean can take that room. We don't mind sleeping in the living room, said Harry, who knew that Griphook would think poorly of having to sleep on the sofa. Keeping Griphook happy was essential to their plans. Don't worry about us. And when she tried to protest, he went on, We'll be off your hands soon too. Ron, Hermione and I. We won't need to be here much longer. But what do you mean? She said, frowning at him, her wand pointing at the casserole dish now suspended in midair. Of course, you must not leave. You are safe here. She looked rather like Mrs. Weasley as she said it, and he was glad that the back door opened at that moment. Luna and Dean entered, their hair damp from the rain outside, and their arms full of driftwood. And tiny little ears, Luna was saying, a bit like a hippo's. Daddy says only purple and hairy. And if you want to call them, you have to hum. They prefer a waltz, nothing too fast. Looking uncomfortable, Dean shrugged at Harry as he passed, following Luna into the combined dining and sitting room where Ron and Hermione were laying at the dinner table. Seizing the chance to escape Fleur's questions, Harry grabbed 2 jugs of pumpkin juice and followed them. And if you ever come to our house, I'll be able to show you the horn. Daddy wrote to me about it, and I haven't seen it yet. Because the Death Eaters took me from the Hogwarts Express, and I never got home for Christmas, Luna was saying, as she and Dean relayed the fire. Luna, we told you, Hermione called over to her, that horn exploded. It came from an erumpent, not a crumblehorn snorkack. No, it was definitely a snorkack horn, said Luna serenely. Daddy told me. It will probably have reformed by now. They mend themselves, you know. Hermione shook her head and continued laying down forks as Bill appeared, leading Mr. Ollivander down the stairs. The wand-maker still looked exceptionally frail, and he clung to Bill's arm as the latter supported him, carrying a large suitcase. I'm going to miss you, Mr. Ollivander, said Luna, approaching the odd man. And I you, my dear, said Ollivander, patting her on the shoulder. You were an inexpressible comfort to me in that terrible place. So au revoir, Mr. Ollivander, said Fleur, kissing him on both cheeks. And I wonder whether you could oblige me by delivering a package to Bill's Auntie Muriel. I never returned a tiara. It will be an honour, said Mr. Ollivander, with a little bow. The very least I can do in return for your generous hospitality. Fleur drew out a worn velvet case, which she opened to show the wand maker. The tiara sat glittering and twinkling in the light from the low-hanging lamp. Moonstones and diamonds, said Griphook, who had sidled into the room without Harry noticing. Made by goblins, I think. And paid for by wizards, said Bill quietly, and the goblin shot him a look that was both furtive and challenging. A strong wind gusted against the cottage windows as Bill and Ollivander set off into the night. The rest of them squeezed in around the table, elbow to elbow, and with barely enough room to move. They started to eat. The fire crackled and popped in the grate beside them. Fleur, Harry noticed, was merely playing with her food. She glanced at the window every few minutes. However, Bill returned before they had finished their first course, his long hair tangled by the wind. Everything fine, he told Fleur. Ollivander settled in. Mum and Dad say hello. Ginny sends you all her love. Fred and George are driving Muriel up the wall. They're still operating an owl order business out of her back room. It cheered her up to have her tiara back, though. She said she thought we'd stolen it. She's a charmante, your aunt, said Fleur crossly, waving her wand and causing the dirty plates to rise and form a stack in mid-air. She caught them and marched out of the room. Daddy's made a tiara, piped up Luna. Well, more of a crown, really. Ron caught Harry's eye and grinned. Harry knew that he was remembering the ludicrous headdress they had seen on their visit to Xenophilius. Yes, he's trying to recreate the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. He thinks he's identified most of the main elements now. Adding the billy wings really made a difference. There was a bang on the front door. Everyone's heads turned towards it. Fleur came running out of the kitchen, looking frightened. Bill jumped to his feet, his wand pointing at the door. Harry, Ron, and Hermione did the same. Silently, Griphook slipped beneath the table out of sight. Who is it? Bill called. It is I, Remus John Lupin, called a voice over the howling wind. Harry experienced a thrill of fear. What had happened? I am a werewolf, married to Nymphadora Tonks. And you, the secret keeper of Shell Cottage, told me the address and bade me come in an emergency. Lupin, muttered Bill, and he ran to the door and wrenched it open. Lupin fell over the threshold. He was white-faced, wrapped in a travelling cloak, his greying hair windswept. He straightened up, looked around the room, making sure of who was there, then cried aloud, It's a boy! We've named him Ted, after Dora's father. Hermione shrieked. What? Tonks? Tonks has had the baby? Yes, she's had the baby, shouted Lupin. All around the table came cries of delight, sighs of relief. Hermione and Fleur both squealed. Congratulations, and Ron said, Blimey, a baby, as if he had never heard of such a thing before. Yes, a boy, said Lupin again, who seemed dazed by his own happiness. He strode round the table and hugged Harry. The scene in the basement of Grimmauld Place might never have happened. You'll be godfather, he said, as he released Harry. Me? Stammered Harry. You, yes. Of course. Dora quite agrees. No one better. Yeah. Blimey. Harry felt overwhelmed, astonished, delighted. Now Bill was hurrying to fetch wine, and Fleur was persuading Lupin to join them for a drink. I can't stay long. I must get back, said Lupin, beaming around at them all. He looked years younger than Harry had ever seen him. Thank you, Bill. Bill had soon filled all of their goblets. They stood and raised them high, giving it high in toast. To Teddy Remus Lupin, said Lupin, a great wizard in the making. Who does he look like? Fleur inquired. I think he looks like Dora, but she thinks he is like me. Not much in hair. It looked black when he was born. But I swear it's turned ginger in the hour since. Probably be blonde by the time I get back. Andromeda says Tonks's hair started changing colour the day that she was born. He drained his goblet. Oh, go on then, just one more, he added, beaming, as Bill made to fill it again. The wind buffeted the little cottage and the fire leapt and crackled, and Bill was soon opening another bottle of wine. Lupin's news seemed to have taken them out of themselves, removing them for a while from their state of siege. Tidings of new life were exhilarating. Only the goblin seemed untouched by the sudden festive atmosphere, and after a while he slunk back to the bedroom he now occupied alone. Harry thought he was the only one who had noticed this, until he saw Bill's eyes following the goblin up the stairs. No, I really must get back, said Lupin at last, declining yet another goblet of wine. He got to his feet and pulled his travelling cloak back around himself. Goodbye. I'll try and bring some pictures in a few days' time. They'll all be so glad to know that I've seen you. He fastened his cloak and made his farewells, hugging the woman and grasping hands with the men, then, still beaming, returned into the wild night. Godfather, Harry, said Bill as they walked into the kitchen together, helping clear the table. A real honour. Congratulations. As Harry set down the empty goblets he was carrying, Bill pulled the door behind him closed, shutting out the still voluble voices of the others, who were continuing to celebrate even in Lupin's absence. I wanted a private word, actually, Harry. It hasn't been easy to get an opportunity with the cottage this full of people. Bill hesitated. Harry, you're planning something with Griphook. It was a statement, not a question, and Harry did not bother to deny it. He merely looked at Bill, but waiting. I know goblins, said Bill. I've worked for Gringotts ever since I left Hogwarts. As far as there can be friendship between wizards and goblins. I have goblin friends. Or, at least, goblins I know well and like. Again, Bill hesitated. Harry, what do you want from Griphook? And what have you promised him in return? I can't tell you that, said Harry. Sorry, Bill. The kitchen door opened behind them. Fleur was trying to bring through more empty goblets. Wait, Bill told her, just a moment. She backed out and he closed the door again. Then I have to say this, Bill went on. If you have struck any kind of bargain with Griphook, and most particularly if that bargain involves treasure, you must be exceptionally careful. Goblin notions of ownership, payment, and repayment are not the same as human ones. Harry felt a slight squirm of discomfort, as though a small snake had stirred inside him. What do you mean? He asked. We are talking about a different breed of being, said Bill. Dealings between wizards and goblins have been fraught for centuries. But you'll know all that from history of magic. There has been fault on both sides. I would never claim that wizards have been innocent. However, there is a belief among some goblins, and those at Gringotts are perhaps most prone to it, that wizards cannot be trusted in matters of gold and treasure, that they have no respect for goblin ownership. I respect, Harry began, but Bill shook his head. You don't understand, Harry. Nobody could understand unless they have lived with goblins. To a goblin, the rightful and true master of any object is the maker, not the purchaser. All goblin-made objects are, in goblin eyes, rightfully theirs. But if it was bought, then they would consider it rented by the one who paid the money. They have, however, great difficulty with the idea of goblin-made objects passing from wizard to wizard. You saw Griphook's face when the tiara passed under his eyes. He disapproves. I believe he thinks, as so do the fiercest of his kind, that it ought to have been returned to the goblins once the original purchaser died. They consider our habit of keeping goblin-made objects, passing them from wizard to wizard without further payment, little more than theft. Harry had an ominous feeling now. He wondered whether Bill guessed more than he was letting on. "All I am saying," said Bill, setting his hand on the door back into the sitting room, "is to be very careful what you promise goblins, Harry. It would be less dangerous to break into Gringotts than to renege on a promise to a goblin." "Right," said Harry, as Bill opened the door. "Yeah, thanks. I'll bear that in mind." As he followed Bill back to the others, a wry thought came to him, born no doubt of the wine he had drunk. He seemed set on course to become just as reckless a godfather to Teddy Lupin as Sirius Black had been to him. Chapter 26. Gringotts. Their plans were made, their preparations complete. In the smallest bedroom, a single long, coarse black hair, plucked from the sweater Hermione had been wearing at Malfoy Manor, lay curled in a small glass vial on the mantelpiece. "And you'll be using her actual wand," said Harry, nodding towards the walnut wand, "so I reckon you'll be pretty convincing." Hermione looked frightened that the wand might sting or bite her as she picked it up. "I hate this thing," she said in a low voice. "I really hate it. It feels all wrong. It doesn't work properly for me. It's like a bit of her." Harry could not help but remember how Hermione had dismissed his loathing of the Blackthorn wand, insisting that he was imagining things when it did not work as well as his own, telling him to simply practice. He chose not to repeat her own advice back to her, however. The eve of their attempted assault on Gringotts felt like the wrong moment to antagonize her. "It'll probably help you get in character, though," said Ron. "Think what that wand's done." "But that's my point," said Hermione. "This is the wand that tortured Neville's mum and dad. And who knows how many other people. This is the one that killed Sirius." Harry had not thought of that. He looked down at the wand and was visited by a brutal urge to snap it, to slice it in half with Gryffindor's sword, which was propped against the wall beside him. "I miss my wand," Hermione said miserably. "I wish Mr. Ollivander could have made me another one too." Mr. Ollivander had sent Luna a new wand that morning. She was out on the back lawn at that moment, testing its capabilities in the late afternoon sun. Dean, who had lost his wand to the Snatchers, was watching rather gloomily. Harry looked down at the hawthorn wand that had once belonged to Draco Malfoy. He had been surprised, but pleased, to discover that it worked for him at least as well as Hermione's had done. Remembering what Ollivander had told them of the secret workings of wands, Harry thought he knew what Hermione's problem was. She had not won the Walnut Wand's allegiance by taking it personally from Bellatrix. The door of the bedroom opened and Griphook entered. Harry reached instinctively for the hilt of the sword and drew it close to him, but regretted his action at once. He could tell that the goblin had noticed. Seeking to gloss over the sticky moment, he said, "We've just been checking the last-minute stuff, Griphook. We've told Bill and Fleur we're leaving tomorrow, and we've told them not to get up to see us off." They had been firm on this point, because Hermione would need to transform into Bellatrix before they left, and the less that Bill and Fleur knew or suspected about what they were about to do, the better. They had also explained that they would not be returning, as they had lost Perkins's old tent. On the night that the Snatchers caught them, Bill had lent them another one. It was now packed inside the beaded bag, which, Harry was impressed to learn, Hermione had protected from the Snatchers by the simple expedient of stuffing it down her sock. Though he would miss Bill, Fleur, Luna and Dean, not to mention the home comforts they had enjoyed over the last few weeks, Harry was looking forward to escaping the confinement of Shell Cottage. He was tired of trying to make sure that they were not overheard, tired of being shut in the tiny, dark bedroom. Most of all, he longed to be rid of Griphook. However, precisely how and when they were to part from the goblin without handing over Gryffindor's sword remained a question to which Harry had no answer. It had been impossible to decide how they were going to do it, because the goblin rarely left Harry, Ron and Hermione alone together for more than 5 minutes at a time. "He could give my mother lessons," growled Ron, as the goblin's long fingers kept appearing around the edges of doors. With Bill's warning in mind, Harry could not help suspecting that Griphook was on the watch for possible skullduggery. Hermione disapproved so heartily of the planned double cross that Harry had given up attempting to pick her brains on how best to do it. Ron, on the rare occasions that they had been able to snatch a few Griphook-free moments, had come up with nothing better than, "Well, we'll just have to wing it, mate." Harry slept badly that night, laying awake in the early hours. He thought back to the way he had felt the night before they had infiltrated the Ministry of Magic, and remembered a determination, almost an excitement. Now he was experiencing jolts of anxiety, nagging doubts. He could not shake off the fear that it was all going to go wrong. He kept telling himself that their plan was good, that Griphook knew what they were facing, that they were well prepared for all the difficulties they were likely to encounter. Yet still he felt uneasy. Once or twice he heard Ron stir, and was sure that he, too, was awake. But they were sharing the sitting room with Dean, so Harry did not speak. It was a relief when 6 o'clock arrived and they could slip out of their sleeping bags, dress in the semi-darkness, and creep out into the garden, where they were to meet Hermione and Griphook. The dawn was chilly, but there was little wind now that it was May. Harry looked up at the stars still glimmering palely in the dark sky, and listened to the sea washing backwards and forwards against the cliff. He was going to miss the sound. Small green shoots were forcing their way up through the red earth of Dobby's grave now. In a year's time, the mound would be covered in flowers. The white stone that bore the elf's name had already acquired a weathered look. He realized now that they could hardly have laid Dobby to rest in a more beautiful place. But Harry ached with sadness to think of leaving him behind. Looking down on the grave, he wondered yet again how the elf had known where to come to rescue them. His fingers moved absent-mindedly to the little pouch still strung around his neck, through which he could feel the jagged mirror fragment in which he had been sure he had seen Dumbledore's eye. Then the sound of a door opening made him look round. Bellatrix Lestrange was striding across the lawn towards them, accompanied by Griphook. As she walked, she was tucking the small beaded bag into the inside pocket of another set of the old robes they had taken from Grimmauld Place. Though Harry knew perfectly well that it was really Hermione, he could not suppress a shiver of loathing. She was taller than he was, her long, black hair rippling down her back, her heavily lidded eyes disdainful as they rested upon him. But then she spoke, and he heard Hermione through Bellatrix's low voice. "She tasted disgusting. What's the gutty roots? Okay, Ron, come here so I can do you." "Right, but remember, I don't like the beard too long." "Oh, for heaven's sake, this isn't about looking handsome." "It's not that, it gets in the way. But I like my nose a bit shorter. Try and do it the way you did last time." Hermione sighed and set to work, muttering under her breath as she transformed various aspects of Ron's appearance. He was to be given a completely fake identity, and they were trusting the malevolent aura cast by Bellatrix to protect him. Meanwhile, Harry and Griphook were to be concealed under the invisibility cloak. "There," said Hermione. "How does he look, Harry?" It was just possible to discern Ron under his disguise, but only, Harry thought, because he knew him so well. Ron's hair was now long and wavy. He had a thick, brown beard and moustache, no freckles, a short, broad nose, and heavy eyebrows. "Well, he's not my type, but he'll do," said Harry. "Shall we go, then?" All three of them glanced back at Shell Cottage, lying dark and silent under the fading stars, then turned and began to walk towards the point, just beyond the boundary wall, where the Fidelius charm stopped working and they would be able to disapparate. Once past the gate, Griphook spoke. "I should climb up now, Harry Potter, I think." Harry bent down and the goblin clambered onto his back, his hands linked in front of Harry's throat. He was not heavy, but Harry disliked the feeling of the goblin, and and the surprising strength with which he clung on. Hermione pulled the invisibility cloak out of the beaded bag and threw it over them both. "Perfect," she said, bending down to check Harry's feet. "I can't see a thing." "Let's go." Harry turned on the spot with Griphook on his shoulders, concentrating with all his might on the Leaky Cauldron, the inn that was the entrance to Diagon Alley. The goblin clung even tighter as they moved into the compressing darkness, and seconds later Harry's feet found pavement and he opened his eyes on Charing Cross Road. Muggles bustled past wearing their hand-dog expressions of early morning, quite unconscious of the little inn's existence. The bar of the Leaky Cauldron was nearly deserted. Tom, the stooped and toothless landlord, was polishing glasses behind the bar counter. A couple of warlocks, having a murmured conversation in the far corner, glanced at Hermione and drew back into the shadows. "Madame Lestrange," murmured Tom as Hermione passed. He inclined his head subserviently. "Good morning," said Hermione, and as Harry crept past, still carrying Griphook piggyback under the cloak, he saw Tom look surprised. "Too polite," Harry whispered in Hermione's ear as they passed out of the inn into the tiny backyard. "You need to treat people like they're scum." Okay. Hermione drew out Bellatrix's wand and tapped a brick in the nondescript wall in front of them. At once the bricks began to whirl and spin. A hole appeared in the middle of them, which grew wider and wider, finally forming an archway onto the narrow cobbled street that was Diagon Alley. It was quiet, barely time for the shops to open, and there were hardly any shoppers abroad. The crooked cobbled street was much altered now from the bustling place Harry had visited before his first term at Hogwarts so many years before. More shops than ever were boarded up, though several new establishments dedicated to the dark arts had been created since his last visit. Harry's own face glared down at him from posters plastered everywhere over many windows, always captioned with the words, "Undesirable Number 1. A number of ragged people sat huddled in doorways. He heard them moaning to a few passers-by, pleading for gold, insisting that they were really wizards. One man had a bloody bandage over his eye. As they set off along the street, the beggars glimpsed Hermione. They seemed to melt away before her, drawing hoods over their faces and fleeing as fast as they could. Hermione looked after them curiously until the man with the bloodied bandage came staggering right across her path. "My children!" he bellowed, pointing at her. His voice was cracked, high-pitched. He sounded distraught. "Where are my children? What has he done with them? You know. I really..." stammered Hermione. The man lunged at her, reaching for her throat. Then, with a bang and a burst of red light, he was thrown backwards onto the ground, unconscious. Ron stood there, his wand still outstretched and a look of shock visible behind his beard. Faces appeared at the windows on either side of the street, while a little knot of prosperous-looking passers-by gathered their robes about them and broke into gentle trots, keen to vacate the scene. Their entrance into Diagon Alley could hardly have been more conspicuous. For a moment, Harry wondered whether it might not be better to leave now and try to think of a different plan. Before they could move or consult one another, however, they heard a cry from behind them. "Why, Madame Lestrange!" Harry whirled round and Griphook tightened his hold around Harry's neck. A tall, thin wizard with a crown of bushy grey hair and a long sharp nose was striding towards them. "It's Travers," hissed the goblin into Harry's ear, but at that moment Harry could not think who Travers was. Hermione had drawn herself up to her fullest height and said, with as much contempt as she could muster, "And what do you want?" Travers stopped in his tracks, clearly affronted. "He's another Death Eater," breathed Griphook, and Harry sidled sideways to repeat the information into Hermione's ear. "I merely sought to greet you," said Travers coolly. "But if my presence is not welcome?" Harry recognized his voice now. Travers was one of the Death Eaters who had been summoned to Xenophilius's house. No, no, not at all, Travis, said Hermione quickly, trying to cover up her mistake. How are you? Well, I confess I am surprised to see you out and about, Bellatrix. Really? Why? Asked Hermione. Well, Travis coughed. I heard that the inhabitants of Malfoy Manor were confined to the house after the, escape. Harry willed Hermione to keep her head, if this was true, and Bellatrix was not supposed to be out in public. The Dark Lord forgives those who have served him most faithfully in the past, said Hermione, in a magnificent imitation of Bellatrix's most contemptuous matter. Perhaps your credit is not as good with him as mine is, Travers. Though the Death Eater looked offended, he also seemed less suspicious. He glanced down at the man Ron had just stunned. How did it offend you? It does not matter. It will not do so again, said Hermione coldly. Some of these wandless can be troublesome, said Travers. While they do nothing but beg, I have no objection. But one of them actually asked me to plead her case at the ministry last week. I'm a witch, sir. I'm a witch. Let me prove it to you, he said in a squiggly impersonation. As if I was going to give her my wand. But whose wand, said Travers curiously, are you using at the moment, Bellatrix? I heard that your own was... I have my wand here, said Hermione coldly, holding up Bellatrix's wand. I don't know what rumours you have been listening to, Travers, but you seem sadly misinformed. Travers seemed a little taken aback at that, and he turned instead to Ron. Who is your friend? I do not recognize him. This is Dragomir Despard, said Hermione. They had decided that a fictional foreigner was the safest cover for Ron to assume. He speaks very little English, but he is in sympathy with the Dark Lord's aims. He has travelled here from Transylvania to see our new regime. Indeed. How do you do, Dragomir? How you? Said Ron, holding out his hand. Travers extended 2 fingers and shook Ron's hand as though frightened of dirtying himself. So what brings you and your, sympathetic friend to Diagon Alley this early? Asked Travers. I need to visit Gringotts, said Hermione. Alas, I also, said Travers. Gold, filthy gold, we cannot live without it. Yet I confess I deplore the necessity of consorting with our long-fingered friends. Harry felt Griphook's clasped hands tighten momentarily around his neck. Shall we? Said Travers, gesturing Hermione forwards. Hermione had no choice but to fall into step beside him and head along the crooked cobbled street towards the place where the snowy white Gringotts stood towering over the other little shops. Ron sloped along beside them, and Harry and Griphook followed. A watchful Death Eater was the very last thing they needed, and the worst of it was, with Travers marching at what he believed to be Bellatrix's side, there was no means for Harry to communicate with Hermione or Ron. All too soon they arrived at the foot of the marble steps leading up to the great bronze doors. As Griphook had already warned them, the liveried goblins who usually flanked the entrance had been replaced by 2 wizards, both of whom were clutching long, thin golden rods. Ah, probity probes, sighed Travers theatrically. So crude, but effective. And he set off up the steps, nodding left and right to the wizards, who raised the golden rods and passed them up and down his body. The probes, Harry knew, detected spells of concealment and hidden magical objects. Knowing that he had only seconds, Harry pointed Draco's wand at each of the guards in turn and murmured, Confundo, twice. Unnoticed by Travers, who was looking through the bronze doors at the inner hall, each of the guards gave a little start as the spells hit them. Hermione's long, black hair rippled behind her as she climbed the steps. "One moment, madam," said the guard, raising his probe. "But you've just done that," said Hermione in Bellatrix's commanding, arrogant voice. Travers looked round, eyebrows raised. The guard was confused. He stared down at the thin, golden probe, and then his companion, who said in a slightly dazed voice, "Yeah, you've just checked them, Marius." Hermione swept forwards, Ron by her side, Harry and Griphook trotting invisibly behind them. Harry glanced back as they crossed the threshold. The wizards were both scratching their heads. 2 goblins stood before the inner doors, which were made of silver and which carried the poem warning of dire retribution to potential thieves. Harry looked up at it, and all of a sudden a knife-sharp memory came to him. Standing on this very spot on the day that he had turned 11, the most wonderful birthday of his life, and Hagrid standing beside him saying, "Like I said, you'd be mad to try and rob it." Gringotts had seemed a place of wonder that day, the enchanted repository of a trove of gold he had never known he possessed, and never for an instant could he have dreamed that he would return to steal. But within seconds they were standing in the vast marble hall of the bank. The long counter was manned by goblins sitting on high stools, serving the first customers of the day. Hermione, Ron, and Travers headed towards an old goblin who was examining a thick gold coin through an eyeglass. Hermione allowed Travers to step ahead of her on the pretext of explaining features of the hall to Ron. The goblin tossed the coin he was holding aside, and to nobody in particular, "Leprechaun," and then greeted Travers, who passed over a tiny golden key, which was examined and given back to him. Hermione stepped forwards. "Madame Lestrange," said the goblin, evidently startled. "Dear me, how may I help you today?" "I wish to enter my vault," said Hermione. The old goblin seemed to recoil a little. Harry glanced around. Not only was Travers hanging back, watching, but several other goblins had looked up from their work to stare at Hermione. "You have identification?" asked the goblin. "Identification? I've never been asked for identification before," said Hermione. "They know," whispered Griphook in Harry's ear. "They must have been warned there might be an impostor." "Your wand will do, madam," said the goblin. He held out a slightly trembling hand, and in a dreadful blast of realization, Harry knew that the goblins of Gringotts were aware that Bellatrix's wand had been stolen. "Act now! Act now!" whispered Griphook in Harry's ear. "The Imperious Curse!" Harry raised the hawthorn wand beneath the cloak, pointed it at the old goblin, and whispered, for the first time in his life, "Imperio." A curious sensation shot down Harry's arm, a feeling of tingling warmth that seemed to flow from his mind, down the sinews and veins connecting him to the wand and the curse it had just cast. The goblin took Bellatrix's wand, examined it closely, and then said, "Ah, you have had a new one made, Madame Lestrange?" "What?" said Hermione. No, that's mine." "A new wand?" said Travers, approaching the counter again. Still the goblins all around were watching. "But how could you have done? Which wand maker did you use?" Harry acted without thinking. Pointing his wand at Travers, he muttered, "Imperio," once more. "Oh yes, I see," said Travers, looking down at Bellatrix's wand. "Yes, very handsome. And is it working well? I always think wands require a little breaking in, don't you?" Hermione looked utterly bewildered, but to Harry's enormous relief, she accepted the bizarre turn of events without comment. The old goblin behind the counter clapped his hands and a younger goblin approached. "I shall need the clankers," he told the goblin, who dashed away and returned a moment later with a leather bag that seemed to be full of jangling metal, which he handed to his senior. Good. So if you will follow me, Madame Lestrange," said the old goblin, hopping down off his stool and vanishing from sight, "I shall take you to your vault." He appeared around the end of the counter, jogging happily towards them, the contents of the leather bag still jingling. Travers was now standing quite still with his mouth hanging wide open. Ron was drawing attention to this odd phenomenon by regarding Travers with confusion. "Wait, Bogrod!" Another goblin came scurrying around the counter. "We have instructions," he said with a bow to Hermione. "Forgive me, Madame Lestrange, but there have been special orders regarding the Vault of Lestrange." He whispered urgently in Bogrod's ear, but the imperious goblin shook him off. "I am aware of the instructions. Madame Lestrange wishes to visit her vault. Very old family, old clients. This way, please." And, still clanking, he hurried towards one of the many doors leading off the hall. Harry looked back at Travers, who was still rooted to the spot, looking abnormally vacant, and made his decision. With a flick of his wand he made Travers come with them, walking meekly in their wake as they reached the door and passed into the rough stone passageway beyond, which was lit with flaming torches. "We're in trouble, they suspect," said Harry, as the door slammed behind them and pulled off the invisibility cloak. Griphook jumped down from his shoulders. Neither Travers nor Bogrod showed the slightest surprise at the sudden appearance of Harry Potter in their midst. "They're imperious," he added in response to Hermione and Ron's confused queries about Travers and Bogrod, who were both now standing there looking blank. "I don't think I did it strongly enough. I don't know." And another memory darted through his mind of the real Bellatrix Lestrange shrieking at him when he had first tried to use an unforgivable curse. "You need to mean them, Potter!" "What do we do?" asked Ron. "Shall we get out now while we can?" "If we can," said Hermione, looking back towards the door into the main hall, beyond which who knew what was happening. "We've got this far. I say we go on," said Harry. "Good," said Griphook. "So we need Bogrod to control the cart. I no longer have the authority, but there will not be room for the wizard." Harry pointed his wand at Travers. "Imperio." The wizard turned and set off along the dark track at a smart pace. "What are you making him do?" "Hide," said Harry, as he pointed his wand at Bogrod, who whistled to summon a little cart, which came trundling along the tracks towards them out of the darkness. Harry was sure he could hear shouting behind them in the main hall as they all clambered into it. Bogrod in front with Griphook, Harry, Ron and Hermione crammed together in the back. With a jerk, the cart moved off, gathering speed. They hurtled past Travers, who was wriggling into a crack in the wall. Then the cart began twisting and turning through the labyrinthine passages, sloping downwards all the time. Harry could not hear anything over the rattling of the cart on the tracks. His hair flew behind him as they swerved between stalactites, flying ever deeper into the earth, but he kept glancing back. They might as well have left enormous footprints behind them. The more he thought about it, the more foolish it seemed to have disguised Hermione as Bellatrix, to have brought along Bellatrix's wand, when the Death Eaters knew who had stolen it. They were deeper than Harry had ever penetrated within Gringotts. They took a hairpin bend at speed, and saw ahead of them, with seconds to spare, a waterfall pounding over the track. Harry heard Griphook shout, "No!" But there was no breaking. They zoomed through it. Water filled Harry's eyes and mouth. He could not see or breathe. Then, with an awful lurch, the cart flipped over and they were all thrown out of it. Harry heard the cart smash into pieces against the passage wall, heard Hermione shriek something, and felt himself glide back towards the ground as though weightless, landing painlessly on the rocky passage floor. Cushioning charm, Hermione spluttered as Ron pulled her to her feet. But to Harry's horror, he saw that she was no longer Bellatrix. Instead, she stood there in overlarge robes, sopping wet and completely herself. Ron was red-haired and beardless again. They were realizing it as they looked at each other, feeling their own faces. "The thief's downfall," said Griphook, clambering to his feet and looking back at the deluge on the tracks, which Harry knew now had been more than water. "It washes away all enchantment, all magical concealment." They know there are imposters in Gringotts. They have set off defences against us. Harry saw Hermione checking that she still had the beaded bag, and hurriedly thrust his own hand under his jacket to make sure he had not lost the invisibility cloak. Then he turned to see Bogrod shaking his head in bewilderment. The feast's downfall seemed to have lifted the Imperia's curse. "We need him," said Griphook. "We cannot enter the vault without a Gringotts goblin, and we need the clankers." "Imperio," Harry said again. His voice echoed through the stone passage as he felt again the sense of heady control that flowed from brain to wand. Bogrod submitted once more to his will, his befuddled expression changing to one of polite indifference, as Ron hurried to pick up the leather bag of metal tools. "Harry, I think I can hear people coming," said Hermione, and she pointed Bellatrix's wand at the waterfall and cried, "Protego!" They saw the shield charm break the flow of enchanted water as it flew up the passageway. "Good thinking," said Harry. "Lead the way, Griphook." "How are we going to get out again?" Ron asked as they hurried on foot into the darkness after the goblin, Bogrod panting in their wake like an old dog. "Let's worry about that when we have to," said Harry. He was trying to listen. He thought he could hear something clanking and moving around nearby. "Griphook, how much further?" "Not far, Harry Potter. Not far." And they turned a corner and saw the thing for which Harry had been prepared, but which still brought all of them to a halt. A gigantic dragon was tethered to the ground in front of them, bearing access to 4 or 5 of the deepest vaults in the place. The beast's scales had turned pale and flaky during its long incarceration under the ground. Its eyes were milkily pink. Both rear legs bore heavy cuffs from which chains led to enormous pegs driven deep into the rocky floor. Its great spiked wings, folded close to its body, would have filled the chamber if it spread them, and when it turned its ugly head towards them, it roared with a noise that made the rock tremble, opened its mouth and spat a jet of fire that sent them running back up the passageway. "It is partially blind," panted Griphook, "but even more savage for that. However, we have the means to control it. It has learned what to expect when the clankers come. Give them to me." Ron passed the bag to Griphook, and the goblin pulled out a number of small metal instruments that, when shaken, made a loud ringing noise, like miniature hammers on anvils. Griphook handed them out. Bogrod accepted his meekly. "You know what to do," Griphook told Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "It will expect pain when it hears the noise. It will retreat, and Bogrod must place his palm upon the door of the vault." They advanced round the corner again, shaking the clankers, and the noise echoed off the rocky walls, grossly magnified, so that the inside of Harry's skull seemed to vibrate with the din. The dragon let out another hoarse roar, then retreated. Harry could see it trembling, and as they drew nearer he saw the scars made by vicious lashes across its face, and had guessed that it had been taught to fear hot swords when it heard the sound of the clankers. "Make him press his hand to the door," Griphook urged Harry, who turned his wand again upon Bogrod. The old goblin obeyed, pressing his palm to the wood, and the door of the vault melted away to reveal a cave-like opening crammed from floor to ceiling with golden coins and goblets, silver armor, the skins of strange creatures, some with long spines, others with drooping wings, potions in jeweled flasks, and a skull still wearing a crown. "Search fast!" said Harry as they all hurried inside the vault. He had described Hufflepuff's cup to Ron and Hermione, but if it was the other unknown Horcrux that resided in this vault, he did not know what it looked like. He barely had time to glance around, however, before there was a muffled clunk from behind them. The door had reappeared, sealing them inside the vault. They were plunged into total darkness. "No matter, Bogrod will be able to release us," said Griphook, as Ron gave a shout of surprise. "Light your wands, can't you? And hurry, we have very little time." Lumos. Harry shone his lit wand around the vault. Its beam fell upon glittering jewels. He saw the fake sword of Gryffindor lying on a high shelf amongst a jumble of chains. Ron and Hermione had lit their wands too, and were now examining the piles of objects surrounding them. "Harry, could this be—" "Ah!" Hermione screamed in pain, and Harry turned his wand on her in time to see a jewelled goblet tumbling from her grip. But as it fell, it split and became a shower of goblets, so that a second later, with a great clatter, the floor was covered in identical cups rolling in every direction, the original impossible to discern amongst them. "It burned me," moaned Hermione, sucking her blistered fingertips. "They have added Gemino and Flagrante curses," said Griphook. "Everything you touch will burn and multiply. But the copies are worthless. If you continue to handle the treasure, you will eventually be crushed to death by the weight of expanding gold." "Okay, don't touch anything," said Harry desperately, but even as he said it, Ron accidentally nudged one of the fallen goblets with his foot, and 20 more exploded into being while Ron hopped on the spot. Part of his shoe burned away by contact with the hot metal. "Stand still, don't move," said Hermione, clutching at Ron. "Just look around," said Harry. "Remember, the cup's small and gold. It's got a badger engraved on it, 2 handles. Otherwise, see if you can spot Ravenclaw's symbol anywhere, the eagle." They directed their wands to every nook and crevice, turning cautiously on the spot. It was impossible not to brush up against anything. Harry sent a great cascade of fake galleons onto the ground, where they had joined the goblets, and now there was scarcely room to place their feet, and the glowing gold blazed with heat, so that the vault felt like a furnace. Harry's wand light passed over shields and goblin-made helmets, set on shelves rising to the ceiling. Higher and higher he raised the beam, until suddenly it found an object that made his heart skip, and his hand tremble. "It's there! It's up there!" Ron and Hermione pointed their wands at it too, so that the little golden cup sparkled in a 3-way spotlight. The cup that had belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, which had passed into the possession of Hepzibah Smith, with whom it had been stolen by Tom Riddle. "And how the hell are we going to get up there without touching anything?" asked Ron. "Accio Cup!" cried Hermione, who had evidently forgotten, in her desperation, what Griphook had told them during their planning sessions. "No use, no use," snarled the goblin. "Then what do we do?" said Harry, glaring at the goblin. "If you want the sword, Griphook, then you'll have to help us more than—" "Wait, can I touch stuff with the sword?" "Hermione, give it here." Hermione fumbled inside her robes, drew out the beaded bag, rummaged for a few seconds, then removed the shining sword. Harry seized it by its rubied hilt and touched the tip of the blade to a silver flagon nearby, which did not multiply. "If I can just poke the sword through a handle, how am I going to get up there?" The shelf on which the cup reposed was out of reach for any of them, even Ron, who was the tallest. The heat from the enchanted treasure rose in waves, and sweat ran down Harry's face and back as he struggled to think of a way up to the cup. And then he heard the dragon roar on the other side of the vault door, and the sound of clanking growing louder and louder. They were truly trapped now. There was no way out except through the door, and a horde of goblins seemed to be approaching on the other side. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione and saw terror in their faces. "Hermione," said Harry as the clanking grew louder, "I've got to get up there. We've got to get rid of it." She raised her wand, pointed it at Harry, and whispered, "Levi Corpus." Hoisted in the air by his ankle, Harry hit a suit of armour, and replicas burst out of it like white-hot bodies, filling the cramped space. With screams of pain, Ron, Hermione, and the 2 goblins were knocked aside into other objects, which also began to replicate, half buried in a rising tide of red-hot treasure. They struggled and yelled as Harry thrust the sword through the handle of Hufflepuff's cup, hooking it onto the blade. "Impervious!" screeched Hermione, in an attempt to protect herself, Ron, and the goblins from the burning metal. Then the worst scream yet made Harry look down. Ron and Hermione were waist-deep in treasure, struggling to keep Bogrod from slipping beneath the rising tide. But Griphook had sunk out of sight, and nothing but the tips of a few long fingers were left in view. Harry seized Griphook's fingers and pulled. The blistered goblin emerged by degrees, howling. Libera corpus! Yelled Harry, and with a crash, he and Griphook landed on the surface of the swelling treasure, and the sword flew out of Harry's hand. Get it! Harry yelled, fighting the pain of the hot metal on his skin, as Griphook clambered onto his shoulders again, determined to avoid the swelling mass of red-hot objects. Where's the sword? It had the cup on it! The clanking on the other side of the door was growing deafening. It was too late. There! It was Griphook who had seen it, and Griphook who lunged, and in that instant Harry knew that the goblin had never expected them to keep their word. One hand holding tightly to a fistful of Harry's hair to make sure he did not fall into the heaving sea of burning gold, Griphook seized the hilt of the sword and swung it high out of Harry's reach. The tiny golden cup, skewered by the handle on the sword's blade, was flung into the air. The goblin still astride him. Harry dived and caught it. Although he could feel it scalding his flesh, he did not relinquish it, even while countless Hufflepuff cups burst from his fist, raining down upon him as the entrance of the vault opened up again, and he found himself sliding uncontrollably on an expanding avalanche of fiery gold and silver that bore him, Ron, and Hermione into the outer chamber. Hardly aware of the pain from the burns covering his body, and still borne along on the swell of replicating treasure, Harry shoved the cup into his pocket and reached up to retrieve the sword. But Griphook was gone. Sliding from Harry's shoulders the moment he could, he had sprinted for cover amongst the surrounding goblins, brandishing the sword and crying, "Thieves! Thieves! Help! Thieves!" He vanished into the midst of the advancing crowd, all of whom were holding daggers and who accepted him without question. Slipping on the hot metal, Harry struggled to his feet and knew the only way out was through. "Stupefy!" he bellowed, and Ron and Hermione joined in. Jets of red light flew into the crowd of goblins, and some toppled over, but others advanced, and Harry saw several wizard guards running around the corner. The tethered dragon let out a roar, and a gush of flame flew over the goblins. The wizards fled and doubled up, back the way they had come. And inspiration, or madness, came to Harry. Pointing his wand at the thick cuffs chaining the beast to the floor, he yelled, "Relatio!" The cuffs broke open with loud bangs. "This way!" Harry yelled, and still shooting stunning spells at the advancing goblins, he sprinted towards the blind dragon. Harry, what are you doing?" cried Hermione. "Get up! Climb up! Come on!" The dragon had not realized that it was free. Harry's foot found the crook of its hind leg, and he pulled himself up onto its back. The scales were hard as steel. It did not even seem to feel him. He stretched out an arm. Hermione hoisted herself up. Ron climbed on behind them. And a second later, the dragon became aware that it was untethered. With a roar, it reared. Harry dug in his knees, clutching as tightly as he could to the jagged scales as the wings opened, knocking the shrieking goblins aside like skittles, and it soared into the air. Harry, Ron and Hermione, flat on its back, scraped against the ceiling as it dived towards the passage opening, while the pursuing goblins hurled daggers that glanced off its flanks. "We'll never get out! It's too big!" Hermione screamed, but the dragon opened its mouth and belched flame again, blasting the tunnel whose floors and ceiling cracked and crumbled. By sheer force, the dragon clawed and fought its way through. Harry's eyes were tight shut against the heat and dust. Deafened by the crashing of rock and the dragon's roars, he could only cling to its back, expecting to be shaken off at any moment. Then he heard Hermione yelling, "Defodio!" She was helping the dragon enlarge the passageway, carving out the ceiling as it struggled upwards, towards the fresher air, away from the shrieking and clanking goblins. Harry and Ron copied her, blasting the ceiling apart with more gouging spells. They passed the underground lake, and the great crawling, snarling beast seemed to sense freedom and space ahead of it, and behind them the passage was full of the dragon's thrashing spiked tail, of great lumps of rock, gigantic, fractured stalactites, and the clanking of the goblins seemed to be growing more muffled, while ahead the dragon's fire kept their progress clear. And then, at last, by the combined force of their spells and their dragon's brute strength, they had blasted their way out of the passage into the marble hallway. Goblins and wizards shrieked and ran for cover, and finally the dragon had room to stretch its wings. Turning its horned head towards the cool outside air, it could smell beyond the entrance. It took off. And with Harry, Ron and Hermione still clinging to its back, it forced its way through the metal doors, leaving them buckled and hanging from their hinges as it staggered into Diagon Alley and launched itself into the sky. Chapter 27. The Final Hiding Place. There was no means of steering. The dragon could not see where it was going, and Harry knew that if it turned sharply or rolled in midair, they would find it impossible to cling onto its broad back. Nevertheless, as they climbed higher and higher, London unfurling below them like a grey and green map, Harry's overwhelming feeling was of gratitude for an escape that had seemed impossible. Crouching low over the beast's neck, he clung tight to the metallic scales, and the cold breeze was soothing on his burned and blistered skin. The dragon's wings beating the air like the sails of a windmill. Behind him, whether from delight or fear he could not tell, Ron kept swearing at the top of his voice, and Hermione seemed to be sobbing. After 5 minutes or so, Harry lost some of his immediate dread that the dragon was going to throw them off, for it seemed intent on nothing but getting as far away from its underground prison as possible. But the question of how and when they were to dismount remained rather frightening. He had no idea how long dragons could fly without landing, nor how this particular dragon, which could barely see, would locate a good place to put down. He glanced around constantly, imagining that he could feel his scar prickling. How long would it be before Voldemort knew that they had broken into the Lestrange's vault? How soon would the goblins of Gringotts notify Bellatrix? How quickly would they realize what had been taken? And then, when they discovered that the Golden Cup was missing, Voldemort would know, at last, that they were hunting Horcruxes. The dragon seemed to crave cooler and fresher air. It climbed steadily until they were flying through wisps of chilly cloud, and Harry could no longer make out the little coloured dots, which were cars pouring in and out of the capital. On and on they flew, over countryside parcelled out in patches of green and brown, over roads and rivers winding through the landscape like strips of matte and glossy ribbon. "What do you reckon it's looking for?" Ron yelled as they flew further and further north. "No idea," Harry bellowed back. His hands were numb with cold, but he did not dare attempt to shift his grip. He had been wondering for some time what they would do if they saw the coast sail beneath them. If the dragon headed for open sea, he was cold and numb, not to mention desperately hungry and thirsty. When he wondered, had the beast itself last eaten? Surely it would need sustenance before long. And what if, at that point, it realized it had 3 highly edible humans sitting on its back? The sun slipped lower in the sky, which was turning indigo, and still the dragon flew, cities and towns gliding out of sight beneath them, its enormous shadow sliding over the earth like a great dark cloud. Every part of Harry ached with the effort of holding onto the dragon's back. "Is it my imagination?" shouted Ron after a considerable stretch of silence. "Or are we losing height?" Harry looked down and saw deep green mountains and lakes, coppery in the sunset. The landscape seemed to grow larger and more detailed as he squinted over the side of the dragon, and he wondered whether if it had divined the presence of fresh water by the flashes of reflected sunlight. Lower and lower the dragon flew, in great spiralling circles, honing in, it seemed, upon one of the smaller lakes. "I say we jump when it gets low enough," Harry called back to the others. "Straight into the water before it realizes we're here." They agreed, Hermione a little faintly. And now Harry could see the dragon's wide yellow underbelly rippling in the surface of the water. "Now!" He slithered over the side of the dragon and plummeted, feet first, towards the surface of the lake. The drop was greater than he had estimated, and he hit the water hard, plunging like a stone into a freezing, green reed-filled world. He kicked towards the surface and emerged, panting, to see enormous ripples emanating in circles from the places where Ron and Hermione had fallen. The dragon did not seem to have noticed anything. It was already 50 feet away, swooping low over the lake to scoop up water in its scarred snout. As Ron and Hermione emerged, spluttering and gasping from the depths of the lake, the dragon flew on, its wings beating hard, and landed at last on a distant bank. Harry, Ron and Hermione struck out for the opposite shore. The lake did not seem to be deep. Soon it was more of a question of fighting their way through reeds and mud than swimming. And finally, they flopped sodden, panting and exhausted onto slippery grass. Hermione collapsed, coughing and shuddering. Though Harry could have happily lain down and slept, he staggered to his feet, drew out his wand, and started casting the usual protective spells around them. When he had finished, he joined the others. It was the first time that he had seen them properly since escaping from the vault. Both had angry red burns all over their faces and arms, and their clothing was singed away in places. They were wincing as they dabbed essence of dittany onto their many injuries. Hermione handed Harry the bottle, then poured out 3 bottles of pumpkin juice she had brought from Shell Cottage, and clean, dry robes for all of them. They changed, and then gulped down the juice. "Well, on the upside," said Ron finally, who was sitting watching the skin on his hands regrow, "we got the Horcrux. On the downside..." "No sword," said Harry through gritted teeth, as he dripped dittany through the singed hole in his jeans onto the angry burn beneath. "No sword," repeated Ron. "A double-crossing little scab." Harry pulled the Horcrux from the pocket of the wet jacket he had just taken off and set it down on the grass in front of them. Glinting in the sun, it drew their eyes as they swigged their bottles of juice. "At least we can't wear it this time. That'll look a bit weird hanging around our necks," said Ron, wiping his mouth on the back of his hand. Hermione looked across the lake to the far bank, where the dragon was still drinking. "What happened to it, do you think?" she asked. "Will it be all right?" "You sound like Hagrid," said Ron. "It's a dragon, Hermione. It can look after itself. It's us we need to worry about." "What do you mean?" "Well, I don't know how to break this to you," said Ron, "but I think they might have noticed we broke into Gringotts." All 3 of them started to laugh, and once started, it was difficult to stop. Harry's ribs ached. He felt light-headed with hunger, but he lay back on the grass beneath the reddening sky and laughed until his throat was raw. "What are we going to do, though?" said Hermione finally, hiccuping herself back to seriousness. "He'll know, won't he? You know who will know we know about his Horcruxes?" "Maybe they'll be too scared to tell him," said Ron hopefully. "Maybe they'll cover up." The sky, the smell of lake water, the sound of Ron's voice were extinguished. Pain cleaved Harry's head like a sword stroke. He was standing in a dimly lit room. A semicircle of wizards faced him, and on the floor at his feet knelt a small, quaking figure. "What did you say to me?" His voice was high and cold, but fury and fear burned inside him. The one thing he had dreaded. But it could not be true. He could not see how. The goblin was trembling, unable to meet the red eyes high above his. "Say it again," murmured Voldemort. "Say it again." My lord," stammered the goblin, his black eyes wide with terror. My lord, we tried to stop them. Imposters, my lord. Broke into the Lestrange's vault." "Imposters? What imposters? I thought Gringotts had ways of revealing imposters. Who were they?" It was the Potter boy and 2 accomplices." "And they took," he said, his voice rising, a terrible fear gripping him. "Tell me, what did they take?" A small golden cup, my lord." The scream of rage, of denial, left him as if it were a stranger's. He was crazed, frenzied. It could not be true. It was impossible. Nobody had ever known. How was it possible that the boy could have discovered his secret? The Elder Wand slashed through the air, and green light erupted through the room. The kneeling goblin rolled over, dead. The watching wizard scattered before him, terrified. Bellatrix and Lucius Malfoy threw others behind them in their race for the door, and again his wand fell, and those who were left were slain, all of them, for bringing him this news, for hearing about the golden cup. Alone amongst the dead, he stormed up and down, and they passed before him in vision, his treasures, his safeguards, his anchors to immortality. The diary was destroyed, and the cup was stolen. What if the boy knew about the others? Could he know? Had he already acted? Had he traced more of them? Was Dumbledore at the root of this? Dumbledore, who had always suspected him. Dumbledore, dead on his orders. Dumbledore, whose wand is now, yet who reached out from the ignominy of death through the boy. The boy. But surely, if the boy had destroyed any of his Horcruxes, he, Lord Voldemort, would have known, would have felt it. He, the greatest wizard of them all. He, the most powerful. He, the killer of Dumbledore. And how of many other worthless, nameless men? How could Lord Voldemort not have known, if he himself, most important and precious, had been attacked, mutilated? True, he had not felt it when the diary had been destroyed, but he had thought that was because he had no body to feel, being less than ghost. No, surely the rest was safe. The other Horcruxes must be intact. But he must know, he must be sure. He paced the room, kicking aside the goblin's corpse as he passed, and the pictures blurred and burned in his boiling brain. The lake, the shack, and Hogwarts. A modicum of calm cooled his rage now. How could the boy know that he had hidden the ring in the Gaunt shack? No one had ever known him to be related to the Gaunts. He had hidden the connection. The killings had never been traced to him. The ring, surely, was safe. And how could the boy, or anyone or anybody else, know about the cave, or penetrate its protection? The idea of the locket being stolen was absurd. As for the school, he alone knew where in Hogwarts he had stowed the Horcrux, because he alone had plumbed the deepest secrets of that place. And there was still Nagini, who must remain close now, no longer sent to do his bidding, under his protection. But to be sure, to be utterly sure, he must return to each of his hiding places. He must redouble the protection around each of his Horcruxes, a job, like the quest for the Elder Wand, that he must undertake alone. Which should he visit first? Which was in most danger? An old unease flickered inside him. Dumbledore had known his middle name. Dumbledore might have made the connection with the Gaunts. Their abandoned home was, perhaps, the least secure of his hiding places. It was there that he would go first. The lake, surely impossible, though there was a slight possibility that Dumbledore might have known some of his past misdeeds through the orphanage. And Hogwarts. But he knew that his Horcrux there was safe. It would be impossible for Potter to enter Hogsmeade without detection, let alone the school. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to alert Snape to the fact that the boy might try to re-enter the castle. To tell Snape why the boy might return would be foolish, of course. It had been a grave mistake to trust Bellatrix and Malfoy. Didn't their stupidity and carelessness prove how unwise it was ever to trust? He would visit the Gaunt shack first, then, and take Nagini with him. He would not be parted from the snake any more. And he strode from the room, through the hall and out into the dark garden where the fountain played. He called the snake in Parseltongue, and it slithered out to join him like a long shadow. Harry's eyes flew open, and he wrenched himself back to the present. He was lying on the bank of the lake in the setting sun, and Ron and Hermione were looking down at him. Judging by their worried looks, and by the continued pounding of his scar, his sudden excursion into Voldemort's mind had not passed unnoticed. He struggled up, shivering, vaguely surprised that he was still wet to his skin, and saw the cup lying innocently in the grass before him, and the lake, deep blue, shot with gold in the fading sun. He knows. His own voice sounded strange and low after Voldemort's high screams. He knows, and he's going to check where the others are. And the last one, he was already on his feet, is at Hogwarts. I knew it. I knew it. What? Ron was gaping at him. Hermione knelt up, looking worried. But what did you see? How do you know? I saw him find out about the cup. I was in his head. Harry remembered the killings. He's seriously angry. And scared too. He can't understand how we knew, and now he's going to check the others are safe. The ring first. He thinks the Hogwarts one is safest, because Snape's there, because it'll be so hard not to be seen getting in. I think he'll check that one last, but he could still be there within hours. Did you see where in Hogwarts it is? Asked Ron, now scrambling to his feet too. No, he was concentrating on warning Snape. He didn't think about exactly where it is. Wait! Cried Hermione, as Ron caught up the Horcrux, and Harry pulled out the invisibility cloak again. We can't just go. We haven't got a plan. We need to get going, said Harry firmly. He had been hoping to sleep, looking forward to getting into the new tent, but that was impossible now. Can you imagine what he's going to do once he realizes the ring and the locket are gone? What if he moves the Hogwarts Horcrux, decides it isn't safe enough? But how are we going to get in? We'll go to Hogsmeade, said Harry, and try to work something out once we see what protection around the school's like. Get under the cloak, Hermione. I want to stick together this time. But we don't really fit. It'll be dark. No one's going to notice our feet. The flapping of enormous wings echoed across the black water. The dragon had drunk its fill and risen into the air. They paused in their preparations to watch it climb higher and higher, now black against the rapidly darkening sky, until it vanished over a nearby mountain. Then Hermione walked forwards and took her place between the other two. Harry pulled the cloak down as far as it would go, and together they turned on the spot into the crushing darkness.